TV's ready? All right. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm going to call to order the Plan Commission meeting for October 15th, 2019. First up, do we have to do roll call? Oh, you can do that. Okay. All right. Then first up is approval of minutes. We have two different meetings, actually, to approve. Is there any changes to the minutes for either of those items? Seeing none, someone want to make a motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes from September.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, then those are approved. Public appearances for non-agenda items is next. Everything I have is on the agenda, so I believe we're good there unless I miss something, let me know. Seeing none, moving along, agenda review. Anything anyone wants to change all in order? All right, seeing nothing, then let's get to the agenda. First up is a public hearing and consideration of ordinance 2019-0-33. And I don't know if anyone's here for this as an ordinance, so I guess, do you want me to open the public hearing before you talk about it, or do you want to talk about it first?
Whichever you prefer, I could.
Why don't you speak to it, yeah.
So this is a continuation of discussion from the item that was on our agenda last month. This is an ordinance amendment to Chapter 26, which is the sign code, regarding potential waivers for businesses affected by the Verona Road reconstruction project. So under current ordinance, the sign applicants would need to comply with a height that only just clears the minimum height necessary to clear the new elevation of the Verona Road height. This ordinance amendment, per Plan Commission direction, would allow applicants to have a sign that starts at grade of the new road and then maybe up to 25 feet above that.
And from what I remember, well, I guess I can open the public hearing first. So I'll open the public hearing. I don't have anyone that wants to speak on the sign ordinance change. So seeing nothing on the sign ordinance, I will close that public hearing. And then just speaking to the ordinance, I think, Sonia, if I remember right, it kind of comes down to, should the signs just be enough to get up essentially level with the road, or should it be another, 10 feet or 14 feet so that it could also be above something like a semi? Is it, am I remembering that right? Okay.
Yep, that was justification provided by the applicant and discussed by the Plan Commission.
All right, so I guess it comes down to which way do you guys prefer? Which way do you think it should be?
Which way do you think it should be as in?
We're on A.
I'll move to, we're on B, right?
We're on A.
I'll move.
So we're talking.
Or do we want to make a motion now, or are we discussing it?
Usually,
I'll move to approve.
Usually we've discussed it before we make a motion, but if you'd like to discuss it and.
Hold on one second. When you first started discussion, what were you saying?
So this is the ordinance itself. So we have this request for a waiver, which is B.
Gotcha.
But there was some kind of I don't know if it's dispute, but disagreement maybe on how to interpret what was originally written in the agreement. And does that mean that the signs should be essentially even with the road, so they're not below the road, they're up to the road, or should it be another 14 feet so that you could see it over something like a semi if you're driving next to a semi?
Right. I'm for the 14 feet above. I was over there today. After that meeting last week, I went over there, and those businesses are literally buried behind the overpass and then the ramp. That's the section of the ramp that's there. So I'm, just like last month, I was in favor of the extra height.
Right.
And for making the ordinance fair for everyone rather than the waiver. So
Okay.
that's my 2 cents.
All right, Tom?
I think the applicant was Benjamin Plumbing. I think this met his requirement, didn't it?
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It met his height that he wanted, and for others too, in the future maybe.
Correct. This was crafted based on that discussion.
Right.
To allow the taller height, and then the actual sign application is the next agenda item. Correct.
Other comments at all? Seeing none, if someone wants to make a motion, then I guess.
I'll move approval of ordinance 2019-0-33.
I second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, then all in favor of approving the ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, that is approved. And then we have the waiver. We heard them last month, and this is for, I believe, AMS, and there's a couple other smaller businesses on there as well. Any questions at all? If you remember the discussion, maybe you don't need to worry about that. Any comments?
We just
Lean?
changed the ordinance, right?
We did just change the ordinance. Now, this is the actual sign request that we had last month.
Gotcha.
Saying, okay, now that we can go 14 feet above essentially the road, we want to do that.
Got it.
It'd be 25 feet
Or
above.
25,
Yep.
sorry, 25 feet. Further-
I move to approve the Verona Road sign waiver at 5380 King James Way.
And I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
There's
This
three conditions. One of them is approval of the ordinance by council.
Right, so the staff report includes three recommended
Sorry,
conditions,
yeah.
no worries, three recommended conditions of approval. The first is that it's more of a finding of fact that notes that this would allow a sign that's effectively 50 feet above the natural grade of the property or 25 feet above the road. So it takes 25 feet to get to the new road elevation, and then it would allow 25 feet high above that. So condition one is just a finding of fact, making sure that's clear. Number two, council approval of the ordinance amendment is required, so it's contingent on that. And then I did include condition number three, just in case that ordinance fails to pass the council, that the approval would revert back to sort of the shorter height under current ordinance, just so the applicant doesn't have to come back here again in November.
Would you like to amend your motion to be with conditions?
Yeah, I amend my motion to include the three conditions from staff.
All right, and then, Rich, you had the second, you're
Agreed.
okay with that? Okay. All right. Further questions at all on this request? Seeing none then, so this is for AMS and a couple other small businesses. We're approving their sign, essentially new sign. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, then that is approved. Next up is C, and I'm not sure if who I have as the applicant or not. It's like John Krabs, maybe? Okay, did you want to present it? Do you want staff to present it? Yeah, okay, great.
This is a certified survey map or a land division request in the town of Madison. The city does exercise its extraterritorial jurisdiction for land division review authority in the town of Madison, so that's why this is here before the Plan Commission. And it really accomplishes two things: a minor adjustment in between two of the longer lots. This is in the Novation campus on Badger Road. So there's a minor lot line adjustment in the middle of the two properties. And then it also adjusts a lot line to accommodate an existing parking area. So these are lots that are existing development, just two minor adjustments in the certified survey map.
John, did you want, it says you want to speak. Do you want to speak? You don't have to, but he's available for questions if you have questions about this. All right. Any discussion, questions on this piece here? Seeing none, if someone wants to make a motion, then we can do that.
Make a motion to approve CSETJ 2315, Town of Madison Badger Road lot line adjustment with two conditions as listed by staff.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the C, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, and that one is approved. And then we have D, which I think is another extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Correct. Another ETJ CSM, extraterritorial jurisdiction certified survey map. This one is in the town of Verona, where we also exercise that ETJ authority per state law. So what this is a land division that would create a lot around existing farm buildings on the Durfer farm, existing home and sort of farm buildings, outbuildings. So this would create one lot around that, and then the remainder of the ag parcel, 35 acres, would remain as is.
I just want to confirm that you're available for questions. You're welcome to speak, but okay. All right. Any other further questions on D at all? Seeing none, if someone would like to make a motion, then you could do that too.
Make a motion to approve CS ETJ 2319 Town of Verona Wayland Road Farm Consolidation Lot with 2 conditions as stated by staff.
Second.
All right, any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, nay. All right, then that is approved as well. All right, thank you. All right, on to E. And do we have, I'm not sure, is Stuart here? Do you want to present? Do you want staff to present? It's up to you, I guess, Stuart, if you want. Stuart, do you want staff to present this? Do you want to speak to your, to E here?
Are these on? I guess they are.
Yep, there.
Okay. I have Chris Hodges with me as well. He's with Quam Engineering, and he's been very instrumental in doing a lot of things here, and he's probably almost better at answering questions than I am on this. So I know that we have a pretty kind of a laundry list of things here, and I guess it's a matter of what, you know, what questions you might have, or what questions.
Could you just speak, maybe one of you anyway, to what you're doing here? I know a little bit, I'm not sure
Want me to just?
how much other
Yeah,
people
whatever.
knows.
Yeah.
So how I understand it, this CSM was approved by Fitchburg a year or so ago, but it's expired because he's been working on getting public sewer for Lot 1 and 2, which he is hoping to develop here shortly. The big thing that's happened here is Lot 3, he has sold without going through the CSM, so he's kind of including that. So now that the owner of Lot 3 now has to sign the CSM, so that kind of creates a little bit of issues. There's one item on here that that we need some clarification is that the CSM shall include it's number 7, CSM shall include an access easement for the parcel 0609 blah, 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 which is Lot 3. So that's the only item because it's somewhat out of Stuart's control.
All right. But otherwise, is it kind of redoing the division a little bit, but it's just preparing? It's something you did last year, and so it's really just kind of doing something similar, not.
Doing something very similar, except I don't believe this comment came up last time. I wasn't involved in that CSM. So now that he sold it, there's essentially a driveway that goes on Lot 3 that serves a house. And I understand what Fitchburg want, you just want to clean it up. But unfortunately, you know, we can't really do it unless that Lot 3 owner agrees. So that's the only kind of issue that we'll work through.
Okay, Sonia, do you?
So just again, review of the application, the applicant summarized it, but we're looking at a replat here. It's the same application that was approved back in April 2018, and I think it takes 5 existing lots, platted as the Brown Business Park. This is over by Rolfsmeyer Road on the northeast side of town, and it replats those into 3 lots, and those are shown here on the screen. So you have Lot 1 and Lot 2 fronting on Rolfsmeyer, and then Lot 3 is a combination of the lots on the backside, and that extends west over to Sain Road. So it's largely the same. I think there are a few easements that were modified or revised to accommodate utilities and things along those lines. There are quite a number of conditions in the staff report, and a lot of those are standard, and a lot of those are related to servicing these lots with public utilities. So it's a little bit complicated in this area because we have City of Fitchburg, we have Town of Madison, and we have City of Madison. So really a lot of these are related to that public works, sort of getting public utilities to this lot, and intergovernmental agreements and various subdivision improvement agreements in order to get water and sewer to the properties. So that's what a lot of them are for. Other standard ones, for example, MMSD fees shall be paid prior to city signing of the CSM, things that we usually see. The applicants did reference condition number 7, which would require, upon initial staff review, that the owner of Lot 3 provide an easement for an existing driveway that serves these properties down here noted as unplatted lands. And I'll zoom in. So there's a home in this area where my cursor is, and a driveway serves it in this area through Lot 3. So in initial staff review through Public Works comments, it was identified that we would require an easement to serve that property. Upon further review, staff is comfortable with removing that condition. And the reason being, there was some conversation with the city attorney. There's nothing really in our land division ordinance that says we need to clean up that existing non-conforming driveway, because these lots do have frontage on Cyene Road. If we were approving a CSM that was creating a landlocked parcel, which we wouldn't do, but if that were the case, then we would require an easement, but really it comes down to a private property conversation between the two property owners, and they would need to work out legal access for that driveway easement if there were ever a conflict or a disagreement in the future.
So would you want us to approve without that number 7
Yeah,
then?
so I have two recommended changes. One is to strike condition 7, and then the last is to add a condition number 17, which would become 16 after we delete that one. But it would allow, there's some conversations occurring regarding development of these two parcels that front on Rolfsmeyer. And there could be a situation where they exist as two separate lots, or if development were proposed and they wanted to take both lots, we would require that those be combined anyway. So rather than have the CSM come back through the Plan Commission process simply to combine them, I would recommend adding a condition that says lots 1 and 2 may be combined upon staff review and approval without going back through Plan Commission and Council, as long as all of the other conditions, easements, and et cetera remain in place.
That sounds good for you, but I guess I should ask if that's okay with you guys.
Yes.
Works for us.
You want to come to more meetings? Okay. Questions at all? Ed?
Yeah, so the question that I have, Sonia, is there's a note here that with regard to Lot 3, the property is required to connect to public water and sewer at the time of any, either the private well or septic fails, or any new development or redevelopment occurs on 3, or land division occurs on 3. But to me, that conflicts with condition number 9. It says the subdivider shall abandon all septic systems and private wells within the CSM. So do we need to clarify
Sure.
what the condition there should be?
I'm not super familiar with the locations of the existing private wells and septic. I believe there's a home, there's a shed noted on Lot 3 here, and a house noted on Lot 3 that I assume is served by private well and septic. So condition number 9 reads, currently within the CSM. So we might want to clarify that, the exact language. I'd have to look at it a little bit closer. I believe it's also referring to another property to the north on Rolfsmeyer Road. There's a home here noted under unplatted lands that I believe is served by private well and septic currently. So the idea is that once public utilities are run in front of that property, then that well and septic would be abandoned.
But that's not part of this plat, though, is it?
It's not within the bounds of the CSM.
So then we can't really require that anything be done.
It might be worth noting, just adding a clarifying statement to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, since this was a Public Works comment, and I don't really have adequate detail to sort of help with the decision at this moment.
Is that a property that you own, Stuart?
That I own.
The other one on Rolfsburg?
No, that's the residential.
No, that's a residential place, but she does not have her own well. She actually gets water from my well. That's on my property.
Not on the CSM on your.
No, it's not on
Brown
CSM.
Sales.
It's on Brown Sales property. There was a common
why the
well that
condition's there?
3 or 4 homes originally got water from, which is the well we use at our property,
And that's on the property that you own?
that I own, yeah. Mhm. Or the businesses.
Okay, how I interpreted this comment was essentially, because it says Lot 3 shall install and connect to public water and sand sewer prior to any time of the following. It fails or new development. So to me, that's pretty clear. You know, I think it's just that once this is proved, the CSM, he doesn't have to do it until the septic system or well fails, or has to come through you and do some type of development. And then I think the other one is this comment number 9, is when that does happen, maybe it shouldn't say subdivide, or maybe it should just say owners. Owners shall abandon the stuff and provide documentation it was abandoned from DNR, so you guys know. That's kind of how I read that. So it's kind of like 1-9 was triggered after. I don't know, Sonia, if that makes sense.
It does to me. Again, I don't want to speak for the Public Works Department that made the comment, so if that interpretation is correct, then perhaps we add the clarifying statement that this would be to the satisfaction of the Public Works Director, and they could confirm that that's the case.
So the verbiage with regard to the things that may happen, such as the failure of well and septic, that's on the CSM itself, correct? Because that's not a condition here.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the wells are, but it does read.
I'm just trying to understand where that requirement is, whether it's on printed on the face of the CSM, because I don't see it as one of the
Well, regarding Lot
16.
3,
Yeah,
Lisa pointed that, it's on the certified survey map itself as an actual note.
It's on page 3 of 6.
so item 9 really should reference that in some manner, correct?
It should, but I don't know for sure if it was referring to any other private septic and wells aside from those on Lot 3. So the note is specific to Lot 3, but there might be other locations that I'm not aware of.
Okay, I mean, because it doesn't say in the condition here when these things shall be abandoned. I think the understanding would be they wouldn't be abandoned unless one of those
Until
things.
public utilities are
happen.
available.
Yeah, so if we can amend this condition to clarify that, that would be good, I think.
Other questions, thoughts, comments, concerns? Tom?
Does that muddy the water for you? Or do you understand what
Say that again, Tom?
Mr. Kenny said?
Pardon? Oh, no, that's fine. I think.
Is that okay with you?
Oh, it's fine with me.
Yeah.
It's fine with you.
I mean, as far as what's been brought up here? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, there's two things for my other fellow planners to my right. Keep in mind, Stu Brown's a resident of Fitchburg. Stu Brown has a business in Fitchburg that's been there for years, before any of you were here. And my attitude is, it's time to get this over with and help him out. And it's fine. I mean, your comments are fine. He wants to get this done and get it over with. And he owns the lots there. And there is a house there that's not owned by you. I think it's right next to the business. The first house is yours. It's not owned by you, has nothing to do with you. It's these other 3 lots, or whatever the numbers. And, but it's time to try to help him out, not to hinder him, which I think is all good here. It's all good. So, now you got the history. Not that you're gonna write a book, but you got the history.
Anything else, Sonny, you want to present?
So how exactly do we want to word this for
It's clear as mud now, huh?
right, I can try and
Now
make
now we got more mud flying.
I mean, we want to make a recommendation to approve with striking number 17, or number 7, adding number 17 to be able to combine lots 1 and 2 in the future, and then added verbiage to point 9.
Just
Is that what we're,
Yeah,
point
you
of
got
order.
it.
Just let
Okay.
staff take care of it. Let staff take care of it.
then that's my motion?
Motion to do all those things and approve with those conditions?
I know I have some suggested language for 9, unless Commissioner Kinney.
No,
had a
that's fine, go
suggestion.
ahead.
Amend condition 9 to read, owner shall abandon all septic systems and private wells within the CSM and provide copies of the DNR reports to the city upon availability and acceptance of public improvements. Does that get at what you were trying to accomplish, Ed?
Well, I think I would reference the verbiage that's on the CSM. at such time as is required pursuant to the verbiage on the CSM? Because there are three different things that could happen there. It's not just the public improvements. There could be a failure of well and septic
Sure.
prior to that. Does that make sense to you, Stephen?
I would agree. So you're saying have the added language just referencing back to the CSM here?
Yeah, reference the language on the CSM, yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, and I think, Lane, would you read a second on that, or Rich? Okay, and are
Second.
you good with those edits to the motion?
Completely.
All right, great.
Clear as a bell.
All right, you go and recite it
That
for
makes
us?
sense.
All right, any further discussions or comments based on the motion by Stephen, seconded by Lane, to approve with a few changes to with the conditions from staff, but a few edits to it? Any further questions at all? All right, and seeing nothing else, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, and that one's approved. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, going on to F, a public hearing and consideration of rezone request. I've got some people who want to speak. I'm not sure if they're the applicants or not. Are you the applicant? Okay, come on up, let us know what you're doing here.
Hey there, Jason Geiger, on behalf of Paul Maxwell, for the Purcell property. You've seen the CSM. It's basically taking the CSM, total of a little over 46 acres, and creating, splitting off the original farmhouse and buildings on a couple acres. And my understanding is this property has a claim for a building site, so there's creating additional building site, which is located in the northwest corner of the property, which seems to be the most feasible location for a new home site.
This makes sense to you.
The remaining 42.5 acres of farmland would then be the third parcel.
All right. Sonia, do you want to do a staff report before I go to some citizen comments?
Sure. So items F and G on the agenda are both related to this request. First is a public hearing on the rezone, and then also the land division that would create two new lots. So I have the land division up on the screen. This is the Purcell Farm, 42 acres, plus the areas of these two proposed lots. So in the new lot proposed down here on Adams Road would be a farm consolidation lot, and that would create a new lot around the existing home and farm buildings. So that one is not subject to use of a claim under our rural residential development criteria. So what we're really looking at here today would be siting of this lot number 1. So this is a new lot. No existing homes are there now. The intent would be to rezone that from exclusive ag to residential in order to allow a home to be constructed. So in reviewing this proposed lot, we're supposed to review it in accordance with the RRDC, the Rural Residential Development Criteria. Under that policy, there's a set of required criteria and then a set of waivable criteria. And the applicant noted that he's requesting waivers for 3 of them. So one is history of tillage. The first goal is to locate the new parcel in an area of the field that has no history of tillage. When you look at the aerial photo of this property, you can clearly see that most of it has been tilled. So if you can't meet that requirement, then the lot should be situated in such a way that it doesn't disrupt farming practices. So I think you could say on the edge of the field meets that requirement. The second one is lot size. So our RRDC standards limit it to 1.5 acres. They are proposing 2 acres. The applicant's justification was that this, I think it's easternmost property line here, follows the natural division between 2 fields. So as staff, I felt comfortable with that. We've allowed lot size waivers in the past when it follows sort of natural features. Plan Commission is certainly welcome to discuss that. And then the third criteria is residential infill. So this is essentially seeking to cluster new homes together for different reasons. One common reason for requiring that clustering is so that you maintain the rural character of these types of areas, so that houses are all located together rather than sort of scattered all over the landscape. And then the other is more for functional agricultural purposes, again, to be located in such a way that it doesn't disrupt farming practices. So the applicant really should provide the Plan Commission with further justification for why they cannot meet the residential infill requirement. the requirement is 300 feet. And right now, just based on approximate measurements from the city's GIS, Geographic Information Systems, this property is about 800 feet from this lot. And the staff report notes, I think, approximately 1,500 feet from the property to the north. So it's really further than I think any other infill waiver that we've allowed in the past. Other potential considerations could be to the east of the existing home or to the west. The applicant did note some reasons, including low areas of sort of drainage and then proximity to the intersection. But again, I think the applicant should provide justification and discuss with the Plan Commission.
So I do have a printout, I don't know if you want to see it. I got a printout here just of, so a couple of options, I guess. One option would be if you're looking at the existing farm buildings, the consolidation lot there, if you put it to the right of that, that would be to the east side. That is, it's going to be close to this pond and natural waterway for stormwater runoff. It also has a front sloping. The natural terrain just isn't ideal for, suitable for a house, as well as it would be in the northwest corner. Option two was, well, do you put it to the west side of the building there? You're close to an intersection, and again, the natural terrain is just not ideal. I mean, you could get a house on it, but it's just not ideal. My thought was doing it in the northwest corner there. You have, it's right along a beautiful property line of a cluster of mature oaks. It's out of the way. It's wedged between the field and the natural terrain is ideal for a home site. You also have in that location there, just stormwater runoff would be easy. There's, having a driveway access there, you got plenty, you got 600 plus feet either direction for a safety driveway. And you had noted, you said 1,500 feet. So north of that property, there's a building, there's a house, and then there's a cluster of homes. So it is kind of lumped together with some other houses. It just doesn't meet the 300-foot location. So it seemed to me that was the best suitable site for it.
All right, so now that we've kind of got an understanding of what this is, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have some people that want to comment on this. So I'll open the public hearing. First, I have a couple people that want to speak. First is Aaron Widmer. So if Aaron would like to come up and speak to this, that'd be great. And after that, I have Daryl Hageman.
Hi. I am Erin Widmer, and I am a resident of Went Road for over 10 years. I respect this city council and Mayor Richardson. I made some of my voting decisions based on your commitment to keeping Fitchburg's rich agricultural history and maintaining the farms that still exist. I have to say, I was under the understanding that there was going to be much more development of this area. So I came prepared to really lay it on you about how I don't want to see any development happening in this area. I think that our history of having about 120 dairy farms in Fitchburg and being down to now 2.5 farms, one of those being the State Farm, which is run by the State of Wisconsin Correctional Institute, shows that maybe we're really not respecting our farm families and that we're really not defending the agricultural history of Fitchburg. When I bought my home on Went Road, one of the main reasons I bought it is because it was out of the range, seemingly, of all of this pressing development. We have Seminole Highway coming all the way down to Lacey Road now. We have Verona basically coming all the way out to Fitchburg Road. I mean, it's just, we're feeling pressure of development coming from all different areas. When I heard that this plot of land was going to go from being a family farm, of which, our neighborhood has always supported the woman who lived there, stopped in and checked on her, took care of her. When I heard that this area was up for development, I really knew that I needed to come and speak out tonight. So I am grateful to hear that it's one plot that's being proposed. I'm curious about the other 47 acres as to what the plan is for that, if this is going to open up more development in that area, or if we're going to keep this as a green space and keep it as a place where wildlife can thrive as it is. Yeah, so I feel like this is a question of our commitment to keeping Fitchburg a vibrant agricultural community, or allowing development to kind of eat up all of the rest of our agricultural land.
Can I just ask one quick question? I guess
Yeah.
it wasn't clear. You said that you're worried about there being a lot of development. It's one house, so
Yeah,
you
it
had
changed
said
a
you're
little bit.
against it. So are you, as long as there's
And my
not
whole
more
plot.
along?
I am
Yeah.
still against it.
Okay.
I am still against it. I would like to see no development in that area. I think that, what we experience as wildlife in the area is rich. We have, several different groups of coyotes that live out there. We have numerous deer, we have bald eagles' nests, we have lots of things that are going on out there that will be affected as we start to eat away at our land. So, yeah. And I am wondering, what's the plan for the other 47 acres? Is it just?
To remain farmland.
Okay,
So
okay,
all be farmland, yep.
all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So did you want to speak now or after we get through everyone else? All right, I have Daryl Hageman next, wishes to speak.
I am a representative of one of those last 2.5 farms. I've met Mr. Geiger by a phone call. In that phone call, he asked me to keep it between us. So I plan on honoring that as long as we have an agreement. Do we have agreement? What you discussed with me in the phone call.
Well, when I discussed with you that I'd be interested in selling, my intent is to sell the farmland and you're.
Well, I didn't know if you
yeah.
still wanted that quiet.
Oh,
or
yeah,
not.
well, it's not something quiet, it's just, my intent with the 42 acres is to keep it as farmland. I know Mr. Hagman over here has been farming for quite some time, and so he's kind of the number one on the list for talking to for the property, so.
Well, one thing that concerns me is that, if
Where-
anybody's read the Fitchburg Star, that the DNR, Dane County Land Conservation, are doing a lot of things with creeks, manure, how close cattle can be to water. And our farm has been under heavy scrutiny 4 years ago, very heavily. We know they're coming. One thing is to pick out a different site. And one site would be on my ground, which is due north, just over the fence. That's 150 cows. Now, the Durfer property, which is on Fitch-Rona, there's a beautiful house at that corner, white. It was built by somebody other than the Durfer family, but the Durfer family now owns it because the people in that house couldn't get along with the farm. Clustering, yeah, I mean, they are entitled for a chance to build, and, but the clustering thing would be a lot better than that. I work in the fields at night, headlights, tractor noise. Our shop is basically a football field away from there. We're in there 7 nights a week. It's not really the best choice. And if you're after the trees, if Jason's after the trees, they are all infected with oak wilt right now. They are all gonna die. And, I guess that's it for now. But yeah, we may have to move the dairy, and it would be there. And whoever lives in that house, whether Jason builds the house or Paul builds the house, there's no control that Paul will always be in that house. If he built it, he's gotta accept it. But if he's building it to put on the market, someone can move in that house, they can feel as though it's a nice setting, it's a nice house, and then there's me. And then the house comes up for market. I don't want another house. I own too many already. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I have a few other people that looks like they just want to register. I have Shane Stoffels from Fitchburg registering in opposition. I have James Gameter from Fitchburg registering in opposition with the comment, please leave ag land for farming and growing crops, not houses. And I also have Martin Widmer from Fitchburg registering in opposition. And those are all the comments I have, unless there's anything else I missed. All right, seeing nothing else, I'll close the public hearing and open up to comments, questions from people on Plan Commission.
What was that 300-foot distance thing again? What was that specifically?
It's the residential infill criteria, and it encourages new home lots like this to be within 300 feet of existing homes. So as proposed, Lot 1 is approximately 800 feet from the existing home on Lot 3, and 1,500 feet from the nearest home to the north.
Would you be able to pull up the aerial
Sure.
picture and just show committee the, I guess,
So this is the proposed subject of the CSM. The existing home that would be under the farm consolidation lot is down here on Adams Road. The proposed lot follows this tree line back to this farm field border, 2 acres in that area. And then the existing home was here.
The gentleman that spoke, that's his farm right there.
Total distance, 852 feet. So it's incorrect in my staff report. Approximate measurement on Google Maps from the home to the approximate location of the lot, 852 feet.
Rich?
Can you repeat again why you didn't want to build or plat on the south border?
Well, the two main reasons were proximity to the intersection, and there's, on the east side, there's a natural terrain of water and ponds, stormwater runoff and protecting those. Some wetlands.
Tom?
I actually didn't think about this until tonight, and actually the presentation made me think of it. And as you probably know, we have in the city a committee called Egg and Rule Affairs. It's made up of a farmer. It's made up of a District 4 alder that has that area. It's made up of some residents. And with that being said, it's an important committee to the city, I've always said. Mayors in the past eliminated it and it was brought back. And I think it's probably just an oversight, but I'm going to move postponement to this to the next meeting. So this can go back to Egg and Rule Affairs, which it has not been to. So F and G, I'd like to move postpone to the next meeting so that Egg and Rule Affairs too could get their voices heard. At the same time, citizens in the neighborhood, their voices heard. We didn't hear any of that, and we're missing Egg and Rule Affairs. And I just don't think it was anything purpose. I don't think anything, I just think it happened this way. They only meet once a month, Egg and Rule Affairs too. But I just believe it should go through this committee before it comes to this body.
Tom, this is on the agenda for Ag and Rural for tomorrow. Normal meeting date would have been this afternoon, but because of the comp plan meetings that are also after that for the rural area, Ag and Rural was moved to tomorrow, so it's just kind of a scheduling problem that we have the cart before the horse. But I agree with you, this should go to Ag and Rural before we make a decision on it.
Well,
And
you're,
it will tomorrow, but then it could,
yeah, but then it will tomorrow, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, it will tomorrow, and then our next meeting in November, which is the third, the third week, it can be brought back at that time. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's very important that, otherwise, it's like you make a decision here at Plan Commission, then it goes back to Ag and Rural Affairs.
Right.
I think it's backwards. Yep. I understand what you're saying.
no, I agree with you.
I understand what you're saying.
Yes,
I think we're on the
But
same
I'm going
page.
to move that
We're on.
just, it's going to have to wait a month.
So was that a actual formal motion? Or just, you want to let people talk a little more before you make a formal motion? You want,
That was my motion.
okay.
I'll make the motion in reference to, I think I did F and G.
Yep.
And I didn't spell it out, but I did, and that was, it would be, get it right here, it's RZ 2317-19. And Sonia, can I make this second one as well, or do they have to be separate?
You can do it together.
I think I can do them
Yeah.
together, can I?
Yeah.
Along with, they're both together, they're both related. CS 2318-19, just postpone to our next meeting.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Zach.
Uh,
Other comments, Ed?
Just a point of order, can we still discuss this prior to voting
Typically,
on postponement?
after a motion to table or postpone, there's
You can discuss postponing, but not the motion anymore.
My concern is we've got the public hearing here, we've got people here that are interested in this. I would prefer to have some opportunity to discuss it before we do that, but that would be up to those making the motion in the
I
second.
mean, if you want to temporarily withdraw your motion, you can do that, I guess. So I'll
Well,
follow the discussion.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, you're taking other public time away from people sitting here on other topics, and I think you can just wait for a month. And to keep the meeting moving as well, I would just as soon wait on the whole situation until a month from now. And can your comments wait for a month? You're going to see it tomorrow.
So you're saying
Yeah,
that
it's
you'd
just,
rather
it's
not.
just that we have the public hearing here and a number of people that have come here on this topic tonight. So if there were any guidance that anyone on the Plan Commission wanted to offer to Ag and Rural for their consideration tomorrow, maybe this would be.
Maybe I missed something, Ed, but I think we did hear from the public, and we did hear from the applicant. What are you missing?
Comments probably from this body if people had any.
Oh, I'm
questions or
sorry.
concerns.
Well, I don't think
I
we
honestly-
can go
So,
right down.
hold on, we can't, so.
I honestly,
The
well,
motion
this is-
still is if we're
right.
going to postpone it.
And I would
so.
support the motion to postpone because I would really like to hear back from Rural and Ag Affairs before I make comments, because I don't want to kind of muddy any of their discussions. I understand that we have the public here, but I really would like to hear from them first, and then we can actually discuss it more openly in the next month.
I agree.
All right.
I agree.
Rich?
The 300-foot thing bothers me, so I think this is good, and we'll get their input. So
All right, so the motion right now is to postpone for a month, let Ag and Rural Affairs weigh in. Any further questions on postponing a month or comments? Then all in favor of postponing both F and G 1 month, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, so those are postponed for a month. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to H, we have architectural design review on 3045 Oregon Road. And we do have James here. If you want to tell us what's going on here, that'd be great.
What is proposed is a project that actually was reviewed here last year, a little bit more than a year ago, and was reviewed and approved. Unfortunately, we did not get the year elapsed that we were allowed before we were able to actually pull all of our eggs in a basket and get going. And so what we are here is basically to reopen and re-review and hopefully reapprove the project that we reviewed last, in 2018.
All right.
And what it involves essentially is taking an old gas station that dates from the 1830s or 1930s or 40s, somewhere in that area, and actually, add to it and then basically give it an entirely new look.
Okay.
And then improvements to the lot also.
All right. You want to provide staff comments or feedback, Sonia?
As the applicant noted, this is architectural design review for the German Auto House on the corner of Oregon Road and Rimrock Road. Reapproval, this was approved by the Plan Commission over a year ago, and these approvals only last for a year, so we're here again. Staff recommendation is for approval with 11 conditions, and I'm just noticing an error. Condition number 2 and 8 are the same. So condition number 2 recommends that the site plan shall be modified to provide for an access location on Rimrock Road acceptable to the city engineer in Dane County, including any necessary permits for work in the right-of-way. Condition number 8 states that applicant shall address driveway relocation to the satisfaction of the Public Works Director. Those are really the same thing, and it's regarding this location proposed for a new driveway on Rimrock Road. The Public Works Department is currently recommending that that be relocated further north up Rimrock to avoid conflicts with turning movements to Anderberg Drive, which is across Rimrock Road in this direction. So that is a recommendation that that be resolved before moving forward with any permits. And then the rest of the conditions are standard.
One comment on the Public Works. Again, we are in discussions with Public Works. It seems that right now we're still finalizing the details, but it will be retaining the existing drive in its current location, but adding channelization, signage, whatever else to basically to avoid a left turn coming from the south into the property. Is the primary thing. So again, what will happen is that the drive will probably most likely stay where it is, but with the addition of signage and other channelization to prevent, turning, inappropriate turning. And there's one other change. We previously had a future vehicle wash. That the future of that vehicle wash is very uncertain at this particular time. That may, in fact, never be built.
All right. Comments, questions? Ed, looks like you're trying to say something.
I'm just looking for clarification from Sonia. Then with regard to 2 and 8, are you suggesting that one of them can be eliminated, or that they be combined, or how?
Yeah, I would recommend deleting condition number 8 and just
Deleting
maintaining
8.
number 2. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, well, one other thing. We've also addressed conditions 3, 5, 6, and 7.
So I have a question then for number 2. Are you saying that the existing driveway is staying as is and that is going to be fine with the city engineer?
No, with the same location, but with channelization, with signage, not as is, but there will be
But in
changes
the
to.
same physical location?
Correct,
Got it.
correct.
And I think it's worded in such a way that if, with those modifications, if it's not acceptable to the Public Works Director, then the Public Works Director could still require that it be moved north.
Correct. That's the nature of the discussion.
Yeah, Tom.
I noticed you took a lot of trees down behind the business. What was that all about?
That was always the intent, basically to delete, because that is involved, as you could see in the plan that was approved last year. That's for, basically to allow for additional parking for the display of cars. It's a used car sales lot, so it would be for that purpose. So the one major tree that will still be retained, it is being retained.
What kind of reaction did the neighbors have in reference to this? Do you know, were you at the meetings with the neighbors?
Yes, again, we held 2 meetings with the neighbors, and the concerns, as one might expect, would be any traffic exiting the property onto Clausen, and then instead of turning onto Oregon, is basically to go up through that particular neighborhood. You know, that was the primary, if there was a concern, that was the concern that was voiced. And then there was, not at the meeting, but subsequent to the meeting, a neighbor across Rimrock raised the issue of the possible traffic conflict, and that is what led to the discussion on the location and configuration of the driveway on Rimrock. That was not in either of the two meetings, but, and then people don't like to be located next to a
Yeah.
vehicle sales lot.
What about the lighting at night? Is that going to increase or stay the same, or what's your thought on that?
No, the lighting, again, that's part of the package that has been submitted. That will all be the sharp cutoff, new LED lights, you know, so it'll be focused in on the lights. Currently, what has historically been there is buildings of lights placed on the building and then focusing out in any sort of different way. This will be basically along the perimeter, on poles in the perimeter of the site, and then directed down and in. And they'll all be the most current high cutoff, you know, lighting, LED lighting. So that was not raised, nor should it really be an issue. I think that's been addressed appropriately.
Further questions, comments?
My only comment is I'm glad to see some improvement on that property, and I think I welcome the change and some spiffing up of that intersection.
What's the struggle with the car wash?
It's basically, we were looking at it specifically, right now it was not a car wash, it was a vehicle wash. There's a car wash just up the street. It was a vehicle wash which was meant to take care of those very tall, like Sprinters, or those contractor cars. Like even right now, Mercedes has to hand wash all of the Sprinters. It doesn't have a wash big enough to accommodate that. So it was basically looking at a sort of a boutique vehicle wash. And then further projection of the number of vehicles that would be done, but, you know, et cetera, probably didn't justify. And if there was a traffic issue, it's basically reducing the number of people that would be coming into potential customers, you know, is actually beneficial to everybody.
Sure.
Tom?
Sonia, I guess I have a question on this one as far as we're going to get traffic on Rimrock, and it's already at its, well, it's a high volume of traffic on Rimrock. And with the car dealer there, it's going to create more traffic on Rimrock. The other street going up, yeah, you put your cursor down on Rimrock, if you would, down there, right there. And then go to the other driveway going out, and people aren't going to obey. They won't go. They'll go up through the neighborhood. Yep, that's where I want to go. They'll take a right instead of go left. Was there any thought of taking a driveway out the other street? I mean, on that other street? Yep. Yeah. Do you know anything about that? As far as you get cars turning off for Rimrock, I know the street well. You still get cars turn off Rimrock and they'll go that way, but there's not as many. Most of them go down Rimrock towards the Sheraton. And the volume of traffic going on Rimrock is horrendous. But was there any
Because it wasn't proposed, Public Works didn't specifically comment on that, but maybe the applicant, did you, your client have any thoughts in regard to potentially putting that driveway there? Any consideration given to that?
There's a drainage ditch along that, it just becomes difficult. And truthfully, Rimrock, getting most of the traffic, in fact, comes from Madison, from the Beltline. So most of the people are coming north and basically coming from the north and coming down Rimrock and entering right into the site, you know. So that is the ideal place to have a drive. Having them go around the site to Oregon would be an imposition. right now, this is not a high traffic, right? The traffic that is, no additional traffic is going to be generated by anything that we're doing here. Right now, and for a while, in the previous owner, we get about 300 customers a month. You know, we're not generating an awful lot of traffic here. We get about 300 customers a month. There's some vendors and some various other things. Most of that traffic happens in that Friday afternoon and Saturday. You know, it's fairly specific in time. So again, anything that we're proposing, and again, that's part of the reason that we're eliminating the vehicle wash. We're trying to basically recognize that traffic is an issue and really focus on just the vehicle sales. I don't think it hasn't been a problem, and I don't think it will.
How do you even, I mean, we're struggling with your comment due to the fact that people come to drive a car, they're gonna create traffic.
Oh, no,
You're gonna
again, we're
take
not,
them out
there's
for a
no
ride.
additional traffic. The improvements that we're making, is basically not, the traffic will not increase because of the improvements we're making. You know, it's basically what I'm trying to say.
It's an existing use.
It's already,
It's an existing
it's
use.
already a used car lot.
It's been a
Right,
car
you're
lot
just improving
for,
the building.
I think, 2 owners previous to the current one. So has been and is, and the amount of traffic is not going to change in any way perceptibly.
All right, Rich.
I drive that route with one of my jobs, go down McCoy, or go down Rimrock to get to McCoy, and I've never seen, this is in the afternoon, probably around 1, 2, 3, and I've never seen much traffic at all at that point.
All right. Any other comments, concerns, questions? Seeing none, someone wants to make a motion, that would be a good thing to do as well.
I'll move approval of architecture and design review for 3045 Oregon Road with the 10 then conditions as noted by staff.
And I'll second.
All right, seconded by Rich. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay?
Oh, nay.
All right, I believe the ayes have it, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, going on to I, we have a public hearing and consideration of a conditional use permit request. I don't have any slips. I don't know if the applicant is here or not, or if that, Sonia, you want to speak to it then, unless the applicant's here.
Sure. Items I and J are both related on the agenda. The first is the public hearing and conditional use permit request. And then the second item is architectural design review for site and structural development. This is really an existing use at 2050 County Highway MM. It's a gas station, and its existing zoning is BG, Business General. And in that zoning district, gas stations are a conditional use. So again, proposing a site plan modifications that would raise the existing building and construct a new convenience store, along with some site plan modifications, including parking lot improvements, looks like stormwater basin, and some modifications to the existing driveway. If I zoom in on this driveway, you can see the property line follows my cursor here with the green and black dash line, and the driveway is currently shown on the adjacent property. So the proposed site plan modification would actually remove that asphalt area and then relocate the driveway just south onto the property proper of the gas station. So the gas canopy and fueling pumps would stay in the existing location. Again, existing building would be raised and a new convenience store would be constructed. This is a rendering that was updated recently, so I'm not sure if this exact rendering is in your packet. I don't believe it is. But it shows some, I believe, masonry units and EIFS on the building. So the staff recommendation is for approval. There are a number of conditions associated with the architectural design review, just commenting on the level of detail provided in the plans. As you can see, showing all of this information on one site plan is a little bit confusing, and they're lacking some other information, including landscaping, lighting, and the detailed, I think, building elevations, which were submitted later. So the staff recommendation is for approval conditioned upon detailed staff review of all of those items. As far as lighting, we would require full cutoff light fixtures that don't have light spillover onto the adjacent property. There is a residential property nearby. And in the landscaping plan, we would also require that adequate screening through evergreens or whatever it might be are provided between the gas station property and that existing residential property next door.
All right. Then first, I'm going to open the public hearing on I. I don't have any slips for anyone that wants to speak on I, so I don't think anyone is here for a public hearing on this piece. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and then open up for questions or comments and stuff from the planning commission. Ed?
Did we get any information on building materials, color specifications?
I think just this plan that was submitted. It doesn't list any detail. So if this is a true representation of the color selections, this is EFIS, the tan material, and this is some sort of masonry stone. But again, it's not detailed enough for me to tell you exactly what it is.
It seems like for an ADR request, there's an enormous amount that's missing here. Like everything.
And so the ADR is J, so.
Yeah, that's
like,
J.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can talk about that. I mean, it's all the same thing, but I agree that there's not a lot here for an ADR. So when we get to J, we might want to postpone that. What about the conditional use permit?
Ongoing use, nothing really changes here.
I think I'm fine with I, but J is the concern.
Yeah, I mean,
So should we take them separately then?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're working on I right now. I mean, to me, it's a little bit like the last piece where you're taking existing property and use and you're making it nicer, is what it seems like. So that sounds great to me. Other comments on the conditional use permit request? Aye. Steven?
I'll move to approve CU 2313-19 with the 2 conditions from staff.
All right, seconded by Lane. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the conditional use permit, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, so the conditional use permit is approved. Now going to the ADR number J, which is for this, I think to Ed's comment, and other people, there's really not much here to review, so it seems like maybe people want to postpone until we get further detail, possibly. Or
I'll move postponing of the approval of the ordinance 2019-0-17, or PCR 0219, till next month.
I think I think you just J, so you're postponing ADR of 2050 County Highway MM. Is that right?
Yeah, the conditional use 2313.
No, J.
Oh, pardon me. I'll move the postponement of item J, ADR 2050 County Highway MM.
Second.
All right. Any further comments on postponing? Tom?
Sonia, I just have a question about this one. I'm very familiar with this location in the store. Do you know, can we check with the police department? Do they have a security camera there? Or can we request that or have them look into it at least? Especially with the new store. That store sits alone. I'm just trying to be more proactive than not on this one. It's not around too much of anything, just food for thought.
Sure, I'll bring it up with the police
Bring it up,
department.
just bring it up. Okay.
All right. I think that's part of the ADR probably. They can include some security information on what they're doing.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice thing for them to include with the ADR. All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor of postponing J until we have more details, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, then that is postponed. All right, going to.
I have a point of order.
Okay,
In reference to, we're on K,
yep.
but there's too many people here in the audience, and I'd like to move M.
There's a lot of people that want to speak on K, N, L, and M. So.
We
I'll-
have K, L, and then M, and I do believe most people are here for M. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but
I've got a lot of comments for K, a stack of forms. I got a stack for M. I also have a smaller stack, but a stack for L. All three are very popular tonight. Mm, I guess I just can only go on what's on here, I guess. But, so K is a popular one, maybe it's K and M, so.
that-
Okay, well, I have a lot for K and there's a lot for M, so I would
That's
say
fine, that's fine.
if we could do K, that'd be great.
I'll tell you what, I'll leave it up to you.
All right, we'll do K for now, because I have a big stack for that, and then we might skip to M after that. All right, so K is something that we talked about once before, and do you want me to talk about what's going on, maybe start, and you can fill in the gaps?
Sure.
All right, so we talked about this. This is the closed property that assumed senior housing had been proposed a couple different times. The comprehensive amendment submitted by council was to change it to low-density residential. We discussed it, we sent it, we modified that to either low-density residential or industrial commercial. We sent that back to the council, and council said, well, you know, good thoughts, good ideas, but we do want to, you know, this is what we kind of suggested and wanted for now. And so they approved it to be low-density residential only, and now it's back to us. And so we can either say, okay, council, we'll go along. So the challenge is, or the problem, I don't know if it's a problem, but the challenge is both the council and the plan commission have to agree. Otherwise, it keeps bouncing back and forth, back and forth. I know that historically, this has been an issue for other things, and the council gets frustrated and says, no, we're the elected officials, this is the way we want it. We understand, we appreciate the feedback, but no. And so they send it back, and it can either keep going back and forth. We can essentially deny it, and then no changes happen, which based on conversations we had a couple months ago, I think people want to make some changes, but it's back to us as low-density residential only. Our options are to essentially deny it and nothing changes, to approve what council sent again to us, which we had changed last time, which is low-density residential only. We can also change it back to industrial commercial and send it back. It's gonna come back to us as low-density residential after that, but those are kind of the three options before us right now. I don't know if you want to add anything that I missed. I do have plenty of comments as well.
Right. I think you covered it all. Again, what the council has sent to the Plan Commission as their recommendation is to change the land use to low-density residential only. And what the Plan Commission voted on earlier this year was low-density residential plus an option for industrial commercial. And again, council just sent back low-density residential.
All right, I have some people that want to speak on this, and some people have just made comments. I have Rita Hendricks first, and then Phil Svame will be after that, and then some more from there.
Good evening. I'm Rita Burke-Henricks, a Fitchburg resident for 15 years. Once again, I'm here to ask this group to do the right thing. This comp plan amendment that was sponsored by Alders Barr, Carpenter, Schrader, and Rice was written as it was written to correct mistakes. We're grateful that these alders listen to the citizens. When some think they know what will happen in the future and add to the amendment, they take away the voice of the people. They take it away from those of us who live in dangerous traffic conditions. They take it away from citizens who weren't properly notified in 2014 or 2017. And they say that the city plans to continue the deception since those affected on Research Park Drive and Noble still haven't been notified. It's not the city's duty to help a landowner sell property or a developer get an easy way to get usage. We're not saying that this won't be industrial commercial use in the future. What we are asking is that changes be brought forward by a comprehensive plan amendment that follows the rules of notification. Adding this to the comprehensive plan amendment that was proposed by alders is taking away the voice of people, the voice of citizens. We're asking that it be put back to 2009 comp plan where it was, and that then any changes follow the rules. Not maybe a developer might do something. Giving proper notice is ensuring citizens have a voice. Fitchburg's doing a better job of making sure citizens know what's happening. But if it was done incorrectly in the past, it shouldn't now be accepted. This is making changes without allowing people to have a voice. When changes are made without impacted people being told, citizens lose trust in their city. What has happened here with citizens not being informed is not the city we want. The Plan Commission asks when it looks at things, does it follow the comprehensive plan amendment? If the comprehensive plan was amended improperly, as is evident by the lack of citizens at the meeting in 2014, should it be accepted with a, oh, well, that's what it was, let's keep it there now? Giving industrial commercial designation at this time can be then used as a reason the city has to accept an undesirable project. It means citizens lose the right to one step in the process. This amendment was written to correct a wrong. Alder Carpenter was diligent in working with the city to return, city staff, to return it to the 2009 comprehensive plan status. Please adopt it as it was written, as it was submitted. There's plenty of time for a developer to ask for an appropriate amendment that follows state laws. We want transparency. We want to count. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Phil next, and then Jay Hockmuth after that. Oh, M. All right. I will change that to M. All right. Then I have Jay, and after that is Janelle. This is the last, Janelle's the last one who wants to speak, so she's on deck.
Good evening, Plan Commission members. I'm here tonight to try to explain from a slightly different perspective why it would be really nice if this body would vote tonight to accept the recommendation that the council sent back on September 10th and moved this matter on to whatever ultimately is going to happen to this piece of property. You're quite aware of what has transpired and how we got here. And all I can say is that we have an elected body who has referred this body referred it back, and then it's been referred. And so now we've kind of got some volleys going here, but it would really be nice for a variety of reasons that have been mentioned in the past and tonight to have this taken care of by adopting and endorsing what the council sent back on September 10th. And then, at that point in time, it goes back to the council. It will be accepted and published, and then the process can start anew. If somebody wants to come forward and put something else on this besides low-density residential, they can do that. And there's a process. And the interesting thing is, I want to thank the mayor and others who made sure that these items were adjacent and sequenced in the order they're sequenced. Some testimony I'll be giving shortly deals with the issue of subsequent amendments and to the comp plan itself. And one of the proposed amendments is to allow the review of minor comp plan amendments to occur twice a year rather than once. This is a very positive step. And so what that means in the instance of this property is that if this body would agree with the council, and somebody then, in a few months, came forward, they wouldn't have to wait up to a year before that amendment could be considered. There'd be an opportunity to do that after 6 months rather than 1 year if the timing is off. Historically, these amendments have come in May, but maybe October and May, whatever would be decided ultimately. So there is no state law that requires these amendments to be considered once a year. There's no state law that addresses the issue of minor and major amendments. We're hoping that is also going to be resolved in the comp plan update. So, in summary, please, please defer to the council in terms of how to deal with this issue and trust that everybody will operate in good faith with respect to a subsequent proposal. And the bottom line on this is that low-density residential, this is a parcel that has limitations. There's some map wetland. The maximum number of residential units that could be put on this is somewhere between 10 and 15, given the site constraints, in my humble opinion. And this is not going to create the kind of traffic issue that would in all likelihood occur from industrial commercial uses unless there's an alternate access arranged between what's currently adjacent property owners. And we really hope that this can be resolved in a way that would allow this property to eventually be developed after one more comp plan is approved, amendment is approved, unless somebody comes forward with a low-density residential development. Thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
And thank you. Janelle?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Janelle Rice. I live at 2755 Jasmine Drive, and I'm also the alder for District 4. District 4 is on the opposite side of the street from this project. I am also one of the sponsors of the amendment to return this to low-density residential zoning. This parcel was changed from a low-density residential to high-density with a plan for condominium on this site. The neighbors were not aware of this. As soon as they became aware, they came forward. And we have had several meetings with both the Common Council and the Plan Commission since then. After this parcel was changed, several proposals came forward that were not a good fit, and none of them was the original condo that were part of the original reason for making this change, based on my conversation with people who were part of the process at that time. I can't stress enough to you that this is a county road and we don't have jurisdiction over it. Even though we can work with the county to consider changes, we don't have the authority to approve a development with the expectation that we can control the road or the traffic management of that road. Traffic. This parcel sits on a hill that is also a busy traffic area. So at peak times of day, this poses a risk to both the people getting on and off Fish Hatchery in that area. Also, tempers can run short, which has been reported several times in these proceedings. Adding this to not having control access will make this go from bad to worse. We haven't seen a proposal come forward after several attempts that consider the side access via Research Park Drive that's been repeatedly suggested to the owner of this parcel and the developers who were considering it. I am not opposed to having an appropriate project brought into this area. Should the landowner find an opportunity that meets the needs and appropriately addresses the repeated recommendations that have come forward, I would be open to seeing this at the Common Council. Until then, we need to return this to low-density residential so we can stop having plans brought forward time and time again that have a variety of options, but none that have addressed the underlying issues of traffic control and management. Just a reminder that low density still leaves the door open for utilities, government offices, and other entities like churches. I realize that there are some that view this as politics, but when multiple neighbors show up every meeting on this subject, we have a responsibility to listen to them, consider their needs, and how this directly affects them. Again, on behalf of the Common Council, who've sent this back to plan, please consider both the needs of the greater good on this stretch of road and the people that we all represent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a number of comments that have people have submitted as well. Elias Kresh from Fitchburg, registering in support of the above matter, remove industrial commercial and improve as proposed in May. Amira Kresh, registering in support, remove industrial commercial and approve as written in May. Jane Lyons, registering in support, no industrial commercial, approve as written. Gary Pedoni, registering in support, please pass as written and return to low-density residential as it originally was in the comprehensive plan. If a suitable plan comes along, it can be considered as an amendment at that time. Thank you. Josephine Pedoni from Fitchburg, registering in support. I support the original amendment, which is to bring the parcel back to low density. Mark Lyons from Fitchburg, registering in support, approve without the industrial commercial. Eileen Hockmuse from Fitchburg, registering in support in the adoption of the ordinance as approved by council on 9/10/19. David Strassman from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return property to low-density residential. Wyatt Clower from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial past the original amendment as written. David Clower from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return the properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial and pass the original amendment as written. Josie Clower from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return properties to low-density residential or remove industrial commercial and pass the original amendment as written. David Clower from Fitchburg, please registering in support, please return properties to low-density residential or remove the industrial commercial and pass the original amendment as written. Kate Wicker, registering support, please return the properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial, pass the original amendment as written. Aaron Anderson from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return the properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial, pass the original amendment as written. Cheryl Strassman, registering in support, please return to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial. Crystal Strassman from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return the properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial, pass the original amendment as written. Josh Strassman from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return the properties to low-density residential and remove the industrial commercial and pass the original amendment as written. Shannon Strassman from Fitchburg, registering in support, please return to low-density residential and remove industrial commercial. And then I have from Chris Armstrong from Avante Properties, as the representative of the landowner immediately to the north, Fitchburg Technology Campus, LLC, and Avante Properties, I'm writing to voice my opposition to Ordinance 2019-0-17 and Plan Commission Resolution PCR 0219, removing the industrial commercial zoning classification from the Randy Coles property along Fish Hatchery Road. We're actively marketing adjacent lots 25 and 26 of the Fitchburg Technology Campus of 6.5 acres and have been able to provide additional options for a larger site of 10+ acres with the addition of the Randy Coles property. Alternatively, commercial development of lot 25 and 26 may provide access to the Randy Coles property via Research Park Drive for a separate commercial project. Either option would require the continuation of the industrial commercial zoning classification. In general, commercial development has the advantage of greater tax increment and lower need for city services. The city and its taxpayers would be well served to keep this economic development option available. Please amend this ordinance and resolution to keep the industrial commercial zoning option in place. All right, so those are all the comments I have. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Do you want to speak or submit a comment I can read for you? Either way works for me. That's all right. Thank you. And, did you want to speak, Randy? Is that, okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Randy Cole. Live at 2556 South Fish Hatchery Road. I have worked, lived, and ran my business on this property for 23 years. I have lived and worked in Fitchburg for 30 years. I have this piece of property. It's been talked about quite a bit, as we all know. To the north, the Avante property, industrial commercial.
To the east, adjacent, right behind me, is the Bowman property, going to be commercial, mixed use. It's in the plan. To the south, adjacent, is DRS Asphalt and a couple other commercial businesses. Been there for a long time. I don't believe it's smart to put single-family residential sandwiched between 3 commercial properties. I think I do not believe it's right what's going on. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. Any last comments at all? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing, but I'll open up for comments. Yes, Stephen?
First question is, what was the vote from council?
5-3. Rich?
I kind of agree with the last speaker. The little brown dot on this zoning map sticks out like a sore thumb. It just screams to me that it wants to be industrial, commercial, or mixed use. I don't think single family would fit there at all.
Further comments at all? Stephen?
Yeah, I'll just say after the last time we voted on this and the discussion that occurred, I got a nice earful from a former council member, but I'm probably gonna get the same earful again. His point was that we're here to be listening to the citizens, and while I take their rejection to this proposal or the approval of the current proposal to heart, that my concern is that I think the optic of this being low density is the cure-all. It's going to fix traffic, but based on the acreage, whether or not it's completely developable or not, really by zoning practice, it allows for about 22, I think, is the math that I did last one, 22 or 24 households.
Right.
So we're talking 40, 50 cars, at least probably twice a day, in that exact same spot. So my concern is that it sounds really good to be low density, but in actuality, if the real concern is with traffic, I don't feel that it's really going to address that concern. And when we look at this, to Rich's point, we talked about last time, we are here to be planners. So if we're gonna plan this and everyone's saying down the road this can be industrial commercial, that doesn't constitute good planning. And so I still am in favor of keeping it open, but given the way that council voted, I don't probably foresee that occurring, but I still want to voice that I don't think low density is really going to be the Band-Aid fix-all that it's been touted to be. And really, when we're trying to play planners and look down the road, if we see this being industrial commercial at some point in the future, there's no reason to make someone come back and say, now let's rezone this industrial commercial 6 months from now, a year from now. So that's been my concern.
All right. Other comments at all? Ed?
Sure, I agree with Rich and Stephen on this. I guess I'd add a couple of things. The process of development does not normally include a change to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan should be drawn up to reflect what the city anticipates as being the most likely and highest and best use for the property. If that's commercial, that's what the comp plan should say. The rezoning process is completely different, but we're talking about what it says in the comprehensive plan right now. So I believe that the plan should reflect the most logical use, and for a property that is surrounded by commercial, that should be that use. I completely respect the opinion that the citizens have, and I particularly agree with the concern with regard to traffic. I believe that any commercial use on this property should come when there is access to Research Park Drive. Eventually, that traffic can be controlled by traffic lights at no bell when the time comes, when that's needed. And I think that that would be the best solution here, because then you don't have any traffic coming out of the top of Fish Hatchery Road, yet the opportunity for the parcel to develop in the future as it reasonably should. So that's my position. I agree. I'm in favor of voting no on this.
The one thing, the only comment I'll make is that it does happen where people do the rezoning at the same time as the proposal. It's not often, but it does happen. I know just up the road here on Lacey, there was property Joe Rudin has, and it was zoned low density residential. And a couple years ago, he came in with a high density condo project, and it was approved for both changing the zoning and the project itself at the same time, which against my wishes, but it happens. So it's unique. It is unique, though. You're right that it is unique. So can I go to Rich and then come back?
Yeah.
A question and a comment. Is there plans to extend Research Drive down? If this goes to single family or low density, I don't see any use. I would think they wouldn't want to extend that road down. Whereas if it is if it's IC or MU, I could see reason to extend it. Are there any plans in the works eventually to run Research Park Drive down? Does anybody know?
Research Park Drive is here with my cursor. You can see the bold pink line, that's the urban service area boundary. This is planned as part of the McGaw neighborhood plan for mixed use. It's not yet approved for development with urban services until that urban service area amendment is completed and it's brought in. So at that time and when development proposals are received, you would anticipate that Research Park Drive may be extended down into that area, but it wouldn't be until some future time that the urban service area line is amended.
I think it's safe to say with the teen right there that the idea is that it would at some point in time, but it's a ways off from happening. Ed?
So I just want to clarify what's happening here. This is not a rezone. This is a comp plan amendment. Those are two completely different things. And right now, a portion of this property is zoned PDD, is that correct?
Correct.
And the rest of it is zoned low density?
RD or RL.
So this change to the comprehensive plan does not change that zoning. So if that zoning is going to be changed, that's a separate action that maybe needs to take place at some time and probably should occur. What we're talking about is reflecting the future use of this land in the comprehensive plan, not zoning it to commercial now. And there's no reason to. There is a lot of land in the comprehensive plan that is earmarked for various purposes. It doesn't mean that we rezone when we plan for it. The zoning comes later. So I just want to clarify what's happening here and what's not happening here. This isn't a rezone. This is just comp plan amendment.
You need to clarify to the council, though. Because there's just the going back and forth thing. I mean, if I vote how I want to vote, it's just going to come back to us and back and forth, so I don't know what to do. Makes any sense?
Sure. Further, Ed?
Lane, I guess my response to that would be that the council is clearly interested in stripping out high-density residential.
Right.
And this body, last time we discussed this, went along with a compromise that would have done that. So I would just put it back to the council. Let them come up with something that will strip that out if that's what they still want to do, and will be approved by Plan Commission. So I would just recommend that we vote this down and let we've already given the council a recommendation of what we think would be a good solution. They rejected it, put it in their laps.
I would say that they did that, though, by saying, no, we want low density residential and change it back to that and send it back to this body, I guess. So essentially, send it back to them, and it's going to come back the same way. It's going to continue to come back, go back and forth, or it's just going to die and no change is going to be made at that point in time.
Well, isn't that problematic?
What happens if no changes are made?
Yeah, we'll remain high density residential with the industrial commercial option as well. Further comments? Tom, it looks like you might be ready to speak.
Can I speak to the landowner?
Sure.
Is he here still?
Tom.
Say just a couple questions, and I'm not sure if you can answer them. If you don't want to, I'm fine with that too. Have you had any conversations with, the only reason I bring this up is because they're neighbors to you, like Kelly's or any Kelly's or any of the adjacent people that are in your backyard? Has there been any conversation or anything that you can share with us or not? If that,
No,
not, that's okay.
I cannot share it.
Okay. The reason I brought that up too is this, as you know, as I know, as this council knows, as the planners know, was a back road to this property, and I was just wondering if you knew something you could share with us that would help the situation a little bit. I'm trying to, the council gets frustrated is,
I think the letter that Avante Properties nicely sent out to both the council last time and to here clearly states that they're willing to work with me on this, and everybody. But yes, so I'm pretty sure that's, without them coming out and saying that, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anything else, Tom?
Yeah.
All right. Other comments at all? Thoughts? Zach?
Just a question. So we send it back, they're gonna send it back.
Yep.
When does this cycle end?
Never.
No, it stays the same. If that happens, no change.
Well, it
It
can
says
keep
it
coming
is
back
now
and
with the
forth.
RIC.
So there's no limit on how far it can keep going back
So
and
it
forth
would
until
be-
someone
yeah.
just
Well, I mean-
straight turns it down and denies it, and then it would stay the same.
My point is, it's, right now, it's HDRIC. If we don't accept this, the council wants to send it back, it's still gonna be HDRIC until everybody's in agreement.
Right.
The best thing to do would make some kind of compromise. But if we send it back to you guys, I think this happened before, and the compromise was rejected. So,
Yeah, they're not very
so I guess
interested.
if it can bounce back all it wants, it's gonna stay the same then, until somebody comes in.
Hey, Pat.
I just would like to clarify something. I'm Pat Marsh, City Administrator. If this is outright denied by this body, it would not go back to the council, it would die. So there would not be, it would be the end of the game there.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
is that,
It's,
is that from the city attorney or your thought on that?
That's through my expertise. I had 15 years of planning prior to sitting in administrator's seat.
Fair. Question?
all right. Other comments, thoughts? Or a motion? Someone wants to make a motion? If you're ready for that, you can do that.
Just so I'm perfectly clear, what Pat just said is that if we motion to deny this, then it's just dead, and the new amendment would have to be brought forward if we were gonna actually get it out of high density.
Right, and that can't happen until next year, because that's when the comp plan minor amendments can get submitted. Well, depends on if we change it to the comp plan, but
It depends.
roughly June.
Currently, we accept amendments around April, and then they run through the process.
5 months from now? There's an election cycle in there
8
somewhere too, right?
months. About
Is
8
there?
months.
There's an election cycle between that two, right?
Right.
What happens if we move to approve and the motion fails? Is that the same as a denial?
I believe you can still do another motion at that point. A different motion. You can't do the same motion, but.
No, I
you
mean,
could do a
if
separate
that's
motion.
all that happens here, is that there's a motion to approve, and the motion fails.
You
Is
could,
that the same as, Pat, is that the same as a,
so you could
denial?
do a different motion if you wanted to, right.
but if we don't,
If we don't, then it's.
then
yeah,
it's,
then
then it's
dead.
dead?
Yep.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here and just say, so if we were to say, I want to amend this to say, low density with mixed use. That's a whole new ballgame, a different, way of trying to negotiate, or to negotiate basically with the council. That starts over again, because it's not just saying no to what they've sent back.
It would go back to council,
Still trying to work on a compromise here, but I feel like I'm being handcuffed by the process that council's handed us, so.
yeah, I mean, just based on discussions, and Tom can contradict me, but it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of interest in compromise.
Is a business general better than industrial commercial? You know, as kind of a transitional type thing between this and the more residential area?
We didn't discuss it. I would guess,
That wasn't discussed.
I don't know what your thoughts are, Tom. My guess is that probably wouldn't be a whole lot of interest in that, but we didn't discuss it, so I can't say for certain.
Yeah, we didn't discuss it, no, I mean,
To me, the key seems to be where the traffic comes out.
oh, it's a big part.
Yeah, and any commercial proposal that would come in front of us, that is something we can look at. And if
Part
we don't,
to it.
we don't want the traffic coming out on Fitchburg Road, you can turn it down.
You don't rezone until it,
Yeah, don't rezone
Same,
it.
put a condition there for that?
Yeah, this does not zone it as industrial commercial. It's simply the comp plan. That's something.
but that's not really I mean,
Is that an option?
not really an option, other than signifying to the council that that's how strongly we as a commission feel, but it's not gonna achieve anything.
I see.
I don't want this staying as high density, but I also feel like don't really have much for an option, other than sending it back.
Yeah, we can send it back.
I don't sense a whole lot of enthusiasm for any of the options, so it's, if someone wants to make a motion, we can do that, but if you have further comments, I can see the wheels turning.
For a motion, what's your thought on stopping the ping pong match? So we don't have another Stoner Prairie. You know, I'm trying to stop that, you know.
I'd love to stop it. There's two ways of doing that. One, to agree with the council, and one, to just kill it. I don't know that I want to just kill it. I think, you know, I have concerns with it being high-density residential, and realize that low-density residential isn't necessarily ideal, but I also don't want someone to keep coming in with high-density apartment plans and projects either.
So we agree that if it is low-density residential, there's still the opportunity to make it into industrial.
Yeah,
Like, it's
I mean,
not
this is-
like it's wiped from the map.
Right? I mean, this is the
So
third
I
time
don't
it's
really see
changed. It could
how-
change again.
You know, because I'm with you, Tom. The ping pong match is getting a little old, so.
Trying to avoid that.
Right. And that's where I agree, but last month or 2 months ago, when we sent this back to council, we were trying to have some kind of a compromise, and it doesn't feel like it's being reciprocated from council. And so we are here to be planners, and that's what's really frustrating me right now.
Well, that's, the comp plan is about to hit us, and because it's on this agenda, and because it's out there, and because I'm familiar with it, the comp plan, 10 years ago, when it was adopted, was not supposed to have this in there, so we have a ping pong match. And I'm real familiar with it, and the word reading and the thought was that the council has the upper hand. That's the way it always was. The city attorney, that I don't agree with, has other thoughts on it. So that's where we're sitting. It was never the intention of any planner, and we had so many meetings on this, or the mayor, whoever that was at the time, that was a joke, to get in this type of a situation for the city. It was not supposed to be. It was always the council had the trump card, period. They're the elected body. They're the paid body. Those are the citizens that were voted on by the people that that are residents of the city. It wasn't supposed to be like this. And because of this, you're getting two different opinions. And boy, I'll tell you, I'll be the first one to be all over this comp plan not to see this happen again. We got to change it. This has got to be changed. And right now, the wording in the comp plan, I don't like. You got to read it. It's a big document. I got my thoughts on that coming up. You got to read it. It's not Washington here. We don't pass it so we can read it. That's not us. I don't know why I said that. But that's not us. Here's a document. It's not easy. But no, this is not only frustrating to a lot of people, but especially to myself, because this wasn't the intent of the document. So, you know, that's my comment is where can we compromise? Yeah. I mean, we have, I wasn't one of them. We have alders that want the low density. We have neighbors that want low density. It's, how do we make it work?
Huh?
Do you have a suggestion?
I mean, it sounds like.
Postpone for a week. No.
I mean, at this point, someone can make a motion and we can go from there and see where people are at. I know it sounds like it's pretty split and people don't like all the where we're at necessarily, but if someone wants to make a motion, we can at least get a feel for where we are.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2019-017 and PCR.
Yeah, we will do them separate. We got to do them
Okay.
separate motions, but the ordinance.
As written.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Tom.
Schedule.
So, so on the table now is to approve the ordinance, which is changing it to low-density residential only, which came back from the council. Any last comments, thoughts?
If this is not passed, if this fails, this issue is dead.
Someone could still do a separate motion tonight, but if no one does another motion, then
Okay, got it.
it's
Yep, thanks.
done. All right, so I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Kinney,
No.
Clouder,
Aye.
Heller,
No.
Billings,
Aye.
Tate,
No.
Manning,
No.
4 no, 2 yes. Motion fails.
And then, yeah, it doesn't matter, I guess. All right, so someone want to do a separate motion? I think actually I have a vote on that, so I'll say yes.
Sure. Okay.
Just for the record.
3 to 4.
Someone want to do a separate motion at all then? Or let it die? That's the other option, so.
What can we motion on?
You can move to change it back to
IC.
low density residential and IC or general business, or we can just let it go and it stays as is.
One thought would be to, can we note in the comp plan that any access to this would need to be from Research Park Drive rather than Fish Hatchery?
There are a series of specifications in the comp plan. The map notes that sort of call out specific circumstances other than the land use map as shown on the screen. You're familiar with them. Lot 12, for example, in Orchard Point, we amended that so that it could be potentially 2 different land uses. We were just reviewing language in the comp plan.
a portion of the comp plan for a property that has multiple land use designations. It reads, the site is currently designated park and conservancy, but may be suitable for professional office zoning, provided an agreement between the city and property owners reached regarding use and development restrictions to ensure low traffic impact users. And so that's like one example of a qualification added to a land use classification.
So it's something we have done in the past. I think generally speaking, adding a bunch of notes like that throughout the plan complicates things, but that's general planning advice. But it's an option available.
Okay, because my thought is that really low-density residential, at least according to the study that was done by KL Engineering, is going to put a lot of traffic on the top of Fish Hatchery Road as well. And if this property is surrounded by commercial and the strong feeling is that that traffic should not be on Fish Hatchery Road, I would favor sending this back to council as industrial commercial with a note in the comp plan, if we can do that, that the traffic is, if it is developed as an industrial commercial, if and when, that the traffic has to come out on Research Park Drive, not on Fish Hatchery. If we can do that, I think that would solve a lot of people's problems.
So it's almost a conditional industrial commercial where it only is approved if you have that access point.
Sure, I mean, just like anything, there's a lot of land in the comp plan that can't be developed right now because the roads aren't there. This is just one more parcel. I mean, it can be used for its current purposes, obviously, in the meantime. But, you know, when the time comes, the roads need to be there for it to be developed for that purpose, to be rezoned to that purpose. And if we make that note in the comp plan, I think it makes it clear to anyone who's looking at this property that that needs to be accomplished.
The only, I understand your point, but we haven't asked the neighbors that question.
The neighbors are concerned about traffic. That solves that problem. And the neighbors, I mean, you take input at the council meeting too, correct?
My point is, if you've taken the traffic you totally to the backside, there's a whole neighborhood there that hasn't had a voice. The neighbors coming on to Fish Hatchery Road is totally my district, and I've heard a whole lot about it. And I've heard a whole lot of negativity just due to the fact they can't even get out there onto Fish Hatchery themselves. So yeah, I've heard a lot, but it had to do with this parcel. It didn't have to do with, you know, just since this parcel has come into play, it's, for myself and the other alder, it's been an experience that hasn't been fun either, just due to the fact that the neighbors are, you know, very upset about Fish Hatchery Road and the traffic. And Fish Hatchery Road, the city bungled it, totally bungled it. They had the opportunity to make this a better road. Under another administration, they didn't. And now we're suffering. And this whole thing could have been solved at one time, and now we're paying the piper. But that's all I'm saying is, your point's well taken, Ed. I mean, but I don't like the idea with just throwing that in there without talking to neighbors.
Hasn't the suggestion already been put out there that it would be better if this parcel had access to Research Park Drive, and people have been asked to try to get that done? This is not the first time this has come up, Tom. And did you raise that issue before? I mean, you're raising the issue now that this has not been presented to the neighbors, yet in the past, that's already been suggested. It hasn't happened, but it's already been suggested that access be achieved to Research Park Drive. This is nothing new. I'm trying to put something forward that solves the problem. And the big problem, as I see it, is the traffic on Fish Hatchery Road and putting more turns in and out on top of that hill.
All right, other things, Zach?
I think what Ed's proposing does make sense. I think something's gonna come here, right? So I mean, if we put in the condition that it has to exit off the back, at least it does take care of that fish hatchery problem, other than trying to work with the county, I guess, to change the road, which I doubt would happen.
The only thing, I totally agree, but I want to make sure that the language is open enough that it's not just off of Research Park Drive, but because if you did combine this with the property right to the north of it, and, you know, you could develop that whole thing as one and come off of Noble.
Some kind of rear access.
Yeah, so I
And
just
some
want to make
access
sure that
that's
we're not
a
saying,
fish
we're not
hatchery.
locking in only that you have to come off of Research Park that hasn't even been developed yet, but that it has to have rear access and not access from South Fish Hatch.
Right, and I agree with you, Stephen. I, just as a clarification, I thought that the parcel that Kelly's have there would come out onto Research Park. It wouldn't come out onto Nobel, would it, or could it?
Well, it depends on how they want to
So
put
they-
everything and what they put in there. I think there's a lot of.
How they
Oh, so it's
opportunities.
possible that that could come out on Nobel?
That's one of the possibilities. I mean, it depends on if the Bowmans do something, if Avante does something. There's like, who knows could happen. I mean, you don't want to try and
Yeah.
guess right now. So that's why I think you keep it
Yeah,
open.
okay.
Hi, Pat.
I'm in
Welcome.
full agreement with you then.
I'm trying to protect this body here right now. I haven't heard another motion. This item's been voted on. There shouldn't be any other additional discussion.
But you could still do a second.
You could do an amendment, but there's no amendment on the floor, so there should not be any discussion right now.
So someone needs to make a motion to.
That's correct.
Discuss further. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if someone wants to make a motion, then we can discuss more, I guess.
All right, I'll move to send this back to council as strictly industrial commercial, with a note in the land use, in the comp plan that access to it would have to come from Research Park Drive or Nobel, not from Fish Hatchery Road.
So only industrial commercial.
Yes.
I second.
All right. Then let's talk more about that. Ideas, thoughts? So you're essentially saying that industrial commercial, but the access has to come somewhere besides on Fish Hatchery Road. So restricting that property to develop through the back. Rich, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I like that, but roads do change. Speed limits change, lights come up, so the traffic problem, I don't see as that pressing as it's been made to be. We can work with the county, we can do things to change the speed limit, or I don't know, or maybe put in a signal farther down so it slows the traffic. But I think this is a good solution.
Other ones?
Traffic is rough.
Oh, I have Ed who raised his hand. So I'm going to let Ed go.
Go ahead, Lane.
If you'd like to raise your hand, Lane, I'll call you next. Oh, all right.
Traffic definitely sucks there. I like this solution. When we were talking about before, there was something at that corner of Nobel and Fish Hatch that there's something planned there. I can't remember what it was, but there was a reason, because that was our first ask. Why didn't they go that direction with the exit? I remember that was like my first month here talking about that. There was something there, yeah, some reason we couldn't do that, but I think this is a great solution. It screams industrial commercial, and I hope they can see it in their wisdom, the council, to work with us for something.
Okay. Ed?
Before we vote on this, I'd like to have Randy, as the property owner, weigh in on what we're proposing.
Another change? So you're saying only through Avante property? Even maybe if Bowman comes up with something, goes straight back through the Bowman property?
I don't think it has to be through Avante as long as it can access Research Park Drive. So if Bowman is prepared
Okay.
to see the extension of Research Park Drive and you can access through there,
Research Park Drive?
it does not have to be.
What
through
if,
Avante.
and what if the county comes along and improves the road like it should be to 4-lane. Soon, like it was proposed.
I haven't heard of
Does that
any possible.
limit
Nothing
my,
planned.
Other than, I mean, there is the option for minor amendments to the comp plan. If that were to happen, I mean, that would be a significant change if that were to happen. But even then, I'm not sure whether it would help the situation because it seems unlikely that they would put a stoplight on top of the hill.
okay. Do I have an option?
You're the owner of the property.
Yeah. I like the first one where let's just kill it here tonight and stop this back and forth and back and forth. For 7 years, I've been trying to sell this piece of property. I have brought numerous projects, and they've all been, no, not good enough. Neighbors, this. I brought a veterinarian clinic. They said, no dogs, you put a dog park half a mile from my house. We've done everything, housing. Don't want affordable, okay. Senior. Here comes senior. No, no. There was a Quibby's Grove style restaurant wanted to come in. No. I'm out of options here. I'm getting old. I'd like to retire someday. Do what you can.
Does it, I mean, does this give you a reasonable option to sell the property, to at least have this resolved and know what can be done with it? I mean, industrial commercial should have high value.
It sounds like it's my only option. But you know what? If that's okay, we'll do it.
Okay.
Other comments? Questions? Then seeing none, I'm gonna ask for a roll call again. So this would be, a yes would say you want to change it to industrial commercial, but only if there is access somewhere else besides on Fish Hatchery Road.
And a no just kills it or votes to kill it?
Well, yeah, unless someone else proposes another amendment or another motion. But yeah, no would temporarily anyway, essentially keep it as is.
Kinney,
Aye.
Clouder,
No.
Heller,
Aye.
Billings,
Aye.
Tate,
Aye.
Manning,
No.
Mayor Richardson.
Aye. Doesn't matter.
5-2. Motion passes.
Okay, so we'll go back to council and maybe come back, who knows? We'll see. All right, moving along, I'm gonna temporarily skip L because I think most people are actually here for M.
And that was the resolution. We also need to do the
Oh,
ordinance.
sorry, that's right. Thank you.
So that was the Plan Commission resolution. We're looking for a motion on the ordinance.
No, that was the ordinance, now
That
we're
was the
looking for
ordinance. Just reverse what I said, thanks.
Yeah, do you wanna do the resolution as well?
So what do we need to do
So we did,
to change the resolution then?
I think it's
It would
probably
be the same motion. We
Yeah.
just need to take two separate actions on it, on each.
Okay. I'll make the same motion with regard to the resolution then.
All right, so is there a second? So it's approving it for industrial commercial only, but only if there is access somewhere besides Fish Hatchery Road. Is there a second? Ted's motion?
Second.
All right, second by Steven. You want to talk about it anymore? We've talked about it a lot so far, but happy to take more comments. All right, seeing none, then why don't we just do another roll call just to be safe?
What's the vote?
So again, so there's two pieces to it. There was the ordinance, and then there's also the resolution. And so we passed the ordinance, now we have to pass resolution.
Kinney,
Aye.
Clouder.
No.
Heller,
Aye.
Billings,
Aye.
Tate,
Aye.
Manning,
No.
Mayor Richardson.
Aye.
5 votes passes.
All right, so We're done with that for now. I'm gonna skip L temporarily to go to M. There's a lot of people here on this piece. And this is our resolution R-179-19. And I can speak to this. Let me pull up the resolution here. And we got a lot of people who are interested in this piece. Let's see here. So in council, they asked for the ability to provide some guidance on a few different items. And in talking with staff, this is my recommendation on kind of what I think the next step should be. I know that a lot of discussion is focused around Edgewood College and what they want to do, but trying to look at it holistically and not just as one piece. This is in the resolution, but I'll go through here real quick. So essentially what I'm suggesting is that there's a lot of things going on right now, and what I think makes the most sense to do is we are currently in the process of looking at this whole area and looking at the water issues in this area. This spring, we will have information that will tell us some more about what we have, what we need in that area. There's a lot of flooding issues in this area, and I think that it's really silly to make any decisions on this area until that regional stormwater analysis is done this spring. That could come back and say, you're way under what you need, or it might say, oh, actually you have more than you need. I don't know, but that's something that the city is going through right now and affects this whole area. There's a lot of water issues in this area. So I think that what I'm proposing in here is to continue with the comp plan as is, keep updating this and going through, and then this spring, looking at getting the information we get from the stormwater analysis, and also starting essentially a neighborhood planning process for South Stoner Prairie. I know one of the things that was suggested is why not just amend this to North Stoner Prairie, but I think that looking at it as in a bubble doesn't make sense either. You need to look at this whole area holistically, and there's 270 acres, I think, in the FUTA for South Stoner Prairie, and looking at this whole area, you can see pretty quickly that it's a very popular area, and this is the last FUTA that's really on the west side of Fitchburg. And it'll take a couple years or so to get through the whole process, but in a couple years you're going to start filling up with some of the other neighborhoods in this area, and you're going to essentially run out of any kind of capacity to grow in this area. And that's not just residential, that's also business. We got Sub-Zero, Promega, Hop House, we have all these other businesses that are growing in this area. So I think, looking at a neighborhood plan, you want to look at the whole area and look and see, well, what do we have, what do we need? I think there's going to be a continuing need in this area. The Richardson property is for sale right now, and my guess is whoever buys that is going to want to pursue this anyway. And so I think that that's a key piece. In talking with staff, one thing that I thought was interesting is that when you look at the FUTA, the Richardson property is not completely in the current FUTA. There's a stretch that is between the FUTA and this property right here that the O'Briens own. And it says in the plan, actually, that this area maybe can be in the FUTA, but we're not sure. There's concerns and questions on if it can be fed by gravity sewer. And so that's a key piece to that. And when I read that and see that there was questions on if that can be fed by gravity sewer when this was looked at originally, then I look at that and I say, well, those same questions exist with this property right here that Edgewood is looking at for the O'Briens as well. And so that's something that needs to get solved as part of that neighborhood plan. Because again, if you can't do gravity sewer in this property, then it's a dead issue, because the Madison Metropolitan Sewage District isn't happy about the one lift station we put in. They don't want us doing any more. I don't think it makes sense to do one for some athletic fields either. It's millions and millions of dollars, and the sewage district isn't going to be very excited about that. So I think there's some key issues that need to be looked at and figured out, and that needs to be done really kind of a separate process, a separate track. And to me, that's looking at the whole area, the South Storm Prairie neighborhood, FUDA, and really come up with a plan for what we see in that area, get lots of input from residents as well. And so essentially what my proposal here and resolution is saying is that we should continue with the comp plan, keep going as we're going, update that, but then get the stormwater analysis done in the spring. That'll be done. And at that point in time, utilize that information along with a planning process for South Stoner Prairie, not looking at this as an island and a piece, because I think that's where we've gotten in trouble in the past as well, is one-offing projects and saying, oh, let's do this here instead of looking at the whole area, making sure, and the neighborhood plan will do stuff like ensure that gravity sewer can work in this area, which I think is a key piece to that. I think it's a great project, and it's not saying yes or no to any one project at all in there, but making sure that we have our ducks in a row and we don't approve something and then later go, oh, wait, this doesn't work because of this or that. We want to have all that information. So I believe I covered all the pieces in here for that. We do have lots of people that want to speak as well. Is there anything that I missed that you wanted me to hit on, Sonia, before we go to comments from the public?
I don't think there's anything I have right now. Planning staff provided comments on planning processes at the September 25th Committee of the Whole meeting, and we can take questions as needed.
All right, so I have lots of people who want to speak, or at least have registered one way or the other. I have Rita Hendricks first, and then Michael Guns will be after that, and more after that. So Rita, if you'd like to go first, come on up.
Again, can you call two people instead of just one?
Yeah, I said Michael's next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Good evening. I'm Rita Hendricks, Fitchburg resident for 15 years. I'm here because I have some questions and I have some concerns. My main concern is, again, transparency. What are the ramifications of this resolution? What does it do? Does it mean others will want the same resolution for their projects? Is there a better way to achieve this? Seems to me that there should be a better way than having a resolution that favors one group. And I'm an Edgewood High School graduate and an Edgewood College graduate. I love Edgewood. We donate to Edgewood. I just think it should be more transparent. It shouldn't be just for one project. Thank you.
After Michael is Jay Hawkinson.
All right, my name is Mike Guns. I'm the business officer for Edgewood College. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. Edgewood brings an opportunity which we think is beneficial for the city of Fitchburg and its residents. It meets two of the three growth pillars of the new, or of the draft 10-year comprehensive plan, that is supporting education, jobs, and recreation. It's a proposal for an outdoor campus that provides a home for outdoor athletic programs and wetland maintenance and research for our environmental sciences students. It creates a wetland and green space for neighbors in perpetuity, provides Fitchburg residents with access to a park-like setting and walking trails, and most importantly, it will assist the city in local and groundwater management issues. Those fields in the diagrams you were provided operate as holding tanks for capturing and timed release of water during rain events. I can't think of a better or more of a win-win situation. This project was brought before staff in October of 2018. At that time, based upon the current comprehensive plan, we were told there's no opportunity for a development. Plan boundaries for urban services area would need to be changed. We don't allow major amendments, so you have to wait for the 10-year plan update. We took the recommendation, we did, and then in July of this year, the Common Council voted for a short time frame and it could effectively shut this project or possibility down. This opportunity can't be advanced with any level of certainty unless the parcel is included in the 10-year comprehensive plan and in the urban services area. Designating the parcel as a FUDA we support, and it's encouraging, it sounds like there's support for it, but it won't advance this opportunity. A subsequent amendment would be required for the plan, and it's unknown whether the plan would even allow significant amendments to the comprehensive plan. They haven't been allowed in the past. Again, degree of uncertainty. To be clear, we're not here tonight asking that Edgewood project be approved. You don't have information on that. You don't have enough detail. We haven't brought in forward engineering studies. But we're just asking that the opportunity not be excluded or pushed out so far that it becomes speculative. Edgewood can't speculate on this, and the opportunity, we believe, would go away. Ideally, we'd wish that your body would recommend to the Common Council that the O'Brien parcel be included in the urban services area and do the necessary studies as part of the comprehensive plan update. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Jay, I have Phil.
Good evening. My name is Jay Hockmuth. I'm a 33-year resident of Fitchburg, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. At the onset, I'd like to say that I believe Edgewood College and deserves an opportunity to have their project reviewed at an appropriate point in time, consistent with applicable state laws and the comp plan requirements. With that said, I'd like to point out that the resolution before you tonight keeps the process of reviewing the proposal separate from the process for updating the comp plan, and that's certainly appropriate. However, our 17919 as currently drafted has several serious flaws, and I'm sorry, Mayor, but I really have a problem with this because there's another way to do this, and it's outlined in the testimony I presented, but basically stating that the council supports adding the 40-acre Edgewood parcel to the South Stoner Prairie neighborhood FUTA, even though modifying the boundary of the FUTA is considered a major amendment to the comp plan. There's been no opportunity for public to provide input on the pros and cons of doing that as required by state law, and there's no explanation why adding the 40 acres to the South Stoner Prairie neighborhood, which is not contiguous to this 40-acre parcel, is preferable to adding it to the North Stoner Prairie neighborhood, which is already within the urban service area boundary and would not require adding a FUTA to the comp plan. And I'm sorry I'm getting excited, but this, I just cannot understand why we would go through the process of amending the FUTA when we already have the urban service area adjacent to this 40-acre parcel, and there's a process for amending the urban service area boundary. So, not defining the process, the other problem with the resolution is it doesn't define the process the council will use to obtain public input on whether the FUTA boundary should be modified. In creating a process that applies to one specific parcel in Fitchburg instead of a generic process that applies to all similarly situated parcels. And attached to my comments is a modified version of resolution that I wish and I hope that you'll consider seriously to look at the wording changes that are included there. I hate to be fly-specking things that have been proposed for consideration by this body and the council, but this resolution has got some serious problems that aren't going to solve the problem with Edgewood and give them a fair shot. And on top of it, it's basically seems to be earmarking rather than a generic process. And essentially what I'm proposing is, therefore be it resolved by the council that it directs staff to include in the draft comp plan that's initially taken to the public for comment pursuant to Resolution 12219, a provision that defines what a major comp plan amendment is and contains a window for submitting such an amendment that's no sooner than 2 months nor later than 4 months after the date the comp plan is adopted. The wording of the current resolution, I've looked at it 5 times now over the last 4 days, and I can't tell for sure what the intent of it is. This has got to be cleaned up. Is this approval going to occur at the time the comp plan is approved, or is it going to occur on a separate process that starts after the comp plan is approved? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Phil, and after Phil, I have Don Krim.
Never follow a very astute attorney, which I'm doing. I'm here, I guess, probably going to speak from a more practical standpoint. I was on the North Stoner Prairie Neighborhood Planning Committee, and so I've been involved with this area from that perspective. I've tried to help O'Brien sell their property. They have a direct relationship with Edgewood, so I have no financial association with this whatsoever. I feel very strongly about this plan. I think it's one of the best plans that has ever been brought to this city. I think it's from a, to me, it'd be as important as our efforts in getting a library. This outdoor recreation gem, which would turn out to be, I think would be something that would build on the legacy of the community in many, many ways. And we should be looking for ways of accommodating rather than creating any obstacles. And forgive me, with no disrespect, this water issue has been going on for years. It is a significant problem. It is hurting landowners, and now we're going to wait a couple more years to deal with it and have more studies done. I think while it's important to do the right thing, the problem there is so apparent that, come on, we need to be looking for a way to end that issue that they are taking on an exorbitant amount of water every year. And this is a way that the city can solve the problem, and in a way that dealing with a very credible institution that will not only maintain it in perpetuity, but also will use it as an educational opportunity for students at the university. And so I think there's many ways to win here if it's done right, to work with them as an access that's accessible to city residents by bike path, by car. If this were to be developed as a housing, and it will be developed at some point in time, let's face it, at some point we may not be here, but at some point this will be developed. If it's a housing developed, there could be 200-300 acre or units on this 40 acres or whatever's left after the wetland. So this is something to take advantage of. I'm afraid that if Edgewood goes away and finds another location, that we will lose this opportunity. And I think that would be a huge mistake. This can be, like I said, it could be recreational land that hopefully would be open to public use, and it would be parkland, institutional land that the city parks department would not have to maintain. And I think it's incredibly important that we do everything possible to give them an opportunity to bring this forward as a credible recreational sports complex. I don't see any negatives whatsoever, and I don't see any negatives whatsoever in pushing the process along, not to circumvent the process, but tell them what they need to do, whether it's attending comp plan meetings, whether it's bringing engineering studies to get forward, whether it's bringing hydrological studies forward. Give them their list of things that they can do to expedite this. And I would hope that that's something that would happen here. Give them the opportunity to give us the opportunity to have a legacy. This would be a legacy for the community, that you can't build as a city anymore. They can do it as an educational institution. So I hope that whatever direction is given to the city council and through the process of the comp plan, that this is used in a positive sense, and to say, we want to do this with these folks. We want to partner with these folks. There are ways around moving sewage, that whether Madison Metropolitan Sewage District likes a lift station or not, if you want to have one there, you can have one there. It doesn't have to be, we can't do it because we can't move content over to MMSD. So look for ways to do this rather than ways that it can't be done. Okay? Thank you.
I have Dawn, and after Dawn, I have Al Brisak after Dawn. All right. Go
Good
ahead, Dawn.
evening.
Hi.
So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dawn Krem. I've lived in the city for 21 years. I'm thrilled to be here showing my support for Edgewood College as we hope to site our athletic complex here in our Fitchburg city. I was thrilled that the O'Brien property became available. I've been an Edgewood College trustee for the past 9 years and the chair of the Buildings, Grounds, and Technology Committees for the past 6 years. During that time, we've been consistently looking for a site to consolidate athletics. I understand the plight of student athletes. As a former college athlete myself, I understand the importance of having a consistent place to practice and play, the importance of having a presence of home field advantage for recruiting, and for securing a fan base, which in turn will contribute to our Fitchburg economy. As shared, I've lived in Fitchburg for 21 years, and during that time, I've been an active resident. I've assisted with the building of Kids Crossing, the Fitchburg Dream Park. When Alder Tom Clowder was then Mayor Clowder, I worked with him to plan and plot the play equipment at Rose Common Park and Highlands of Seminole. My kids and I helped paint the entrance statues to McKee Farms Park on Chapel Valley Road. And under Mayor Steve Arnold, I've served on the Pedestrian Bike Committee. Edgewood siting their fields here would be a win-win. There are benefits to the city and the college. The city would get great green space. There would be wetland preservation and groundwater management. The college would extend its footprint to Fitchburg, adding to the city's educational identity, as well as increase recruitment as shared, grow the fan base, and bring additional economic vitality. So I'm here to voice my support for amending the boundary of the South Stoner Prairie neighborhood in the comprehensive plan to include approximately 40 acres in the northwest quarter of Section 17 for potential development. However, as a participant of the first comprehensive plan process, this amendment doesn't fully flush out the process nor determine a decision. And so I would say we should go back to the process and actually say what's needed. As the gentleman before me spoke, what is the outline? What are the details? What does Edgewood need to do? Because really, it would add to Fitchburg's identity. And as we know, Fitchburg has been searching for an identity for some time. And we're growing, we're vibrant, and bringing Edgewood College's complex would add to that vitality. Thank you.
All right, thank you. After Al, I have Julia Ranafrada.
Mr. Mayor, Commission members, my name is Al Brizek. I'm the Director of Athletics at Edgewood College. I've been out here since 1999, and during that time, taken a lot of pride in the partnerships we've developed in the city of Verona. Edgewood College, our athletic department, has taken Fitch-Verona Little League from 3 teams to one of the largest in the state, helped them fundraise an $8 million complex. We've worked with the neighbors out there for water management. We were approached by staff at Fitchburg about this opportunity with the O'Briens, an opportunity to bring our history of partnership that we've had in the city of Verona to Fitchburg, to make a footprint in Fitchburg where our student athletes can call it home, where our student athletes can volunteer in this community, where our student athletes can share how special they are with this community and give you something to hang your hat on and be proud of. This is a golden opportunity. My fear is that with the current amendment, this opportunity goes away. There's fundraising that has to be done, and so on. 10 years down the road, I can almost assure you we will find another partner. They're out there. People respect the partnerships that we have and that we've established in Verona. We want it to happen here. We're hoping that you can look and find a way to add us to the 10-year comp plan. We know it takes work, but we're willing to do our part. We're willing to meet with neighbors. We're willing to do whatever. As it was said before, give us an opportunity, give us the guidelines that we need to follow, show us the road to make it happen, and we'll roll up our sleeves and do it for you. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. After Julia, I have Eileen Murphy.
My name is Julia Ratafrata. I live in 2911 Melissa Circle, Fitchburg, and I am also an alder for the city representing District 2. Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. I am here to ask you to support the amendment to the boundaries of the South Stony Prairie neighborhood in the comprehensive plan to include the 40 acres in the FUDA to allow the development of the Edgewood College Athletic Complex. This development will be a great addition to this part of the city. I was a plan commissioner when Edgewood College approached the city last year to bring forward this project. At that time, the city told them this is a great project, and we are very interested. And please wait until next year, 2019, to bring this development because this city will be embarked in a revision of the comprehensive plan, and it will be the appropriate time to include this development in the plan discussions. Edgewood College did its homework, wait, and came back in 2019. And then this plan commission and the council decided to approve a short time frame for the revision of the comprehensive plan. And this project, along with many others, potential ones, we are out of consideration. And this is no good for us. It doesn't look us as a city. The O'Brien property is the ideal place to build this athletic complex. It's limited with the South Stony Prairie future urban area. It's very close to the service urban area. It's a couple of feet away. You can see the line. And also it's located in a seminal corridor that the city is investing millions of dollars in infrastructure. I also know that approving this resolution is one of the many steps to move forward this project. Next step will include the redraw of the neighborhood plan, draft the South Stony Prairie neighborhood plan, CARB-C and DNR application, and stormwater analysis. Let's start moving this project forward and bring and build this great project in our city. It will be an honor to have this great institution like Edgewood College in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Eileen, and after that I have Willie.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Murphy, and I'm a resident of Fitchburg, and I'm here in support of the Edgewood College Sports Complex project. I'm a graduate of Edgewood College, and I know from firsthand experience how important sports programs and teams are to the college. To me, this seems like a win-win project for both Edgewood College and Fitchburg. It is a public-private collaboration that will benefit the city and clearly the college with a much-needed sports facility that is long overdue. In addition, it would be an important and clear demonstration of city-college collaboration and partnership. I ask that you please approve this plan to be included in the city's future urban development area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Willie.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Plan Commissioners, ladies. My name is Willie D. Larkin. I live at 624 Rinpoche Lane in Oregon, Wisconsin. But in 2006, when I moved here from Auburn University, I moved to East Sherrill Parkway, and so I bought a condo there. Let me just say that I have been affiliated with 7 universities over 48 years. I have been a chief of staff to a chancellor here at the UW. I've been a chief of staff and executive assistant to a president at Morgan State University. I've been the president of Grambling State University in Louisiana. And I didn't know an awful lot about Edgewood College, but I got there as quick as I could. So I was employed recently, about a month and a half ago, as the chief of staff and the chief diversity officer. So I played college baseball. I understand sports athletics. I understand the impact that a college or a university can have on a community. And in my long-term tenure with higher education, I've always sought to look at win-win situations. I think this is a win-win situation. Not only will it help our student athletes, but also those facilities can be used by the citizens of Fitchburg. And when I look at it, we have a lot of people who are employed at Edgewood College. They live here in Fitchburg. We have students who attend our college, and they live here in Fitchburg. It seems like a marriage made in heaven I am asking you to please include us in the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I have a number of comment only. I have Angela Kinderman from the Fitchburg Chamber and Visitors Bureau registering in support of Bill of Matter. Sean Paff registering in support. Comment, city should move forward with discussion of a potential agreement with Edgewood. Too good of an opportunity to not further explore. Amber Schultz from Fitchburg registering in support. Support Edgewood College, be part of FUDA for athletic space. Ryan Schultz from Fitchburg registering in support. Roger Cohey, I think registering in support. He's registering anyway. Thomas O'Brien from Fitchburg registering in support. Diane Morgenthaler from Destination Madison registering in support and is available to answer any questions. Patrick O'Brien from Fitchburg registering in support. Jamie Patrick from the Madison Area Sports Commission registering in support. Becky Rice from Fitchburg registering in support. Please include the Edgewood project in the city's future urban development area. Mary Klink from Fitchburg registering in support. I support Edgewood College's inclusion in the FUDA. This seems a genuine plus for both Edgewood and Fitchburg. Margaret O'Brien from Fitchburg registering in support. Alice Jensen from Fitchburg registering, I believe, in support. Can't we explore what the Edgewood plan would add to Fitchburg and finish the comprehensive plan? Richard Marion from Fitchburg registering in support. Please amend the comprehensive plan or the timeline for the comprehensive plan to include the Edgewood College project in the next year. And Charles McClyman from Fitchburg registering in support.Ase find a way to amend the comprehensive plan to advance the Edgewood sports project within the next year. Thank you. I think that's everyone. If I missed anyone that wants to speak, I know there's some confusion on which letter to put down there. Welcome to hear more comments. Don't want to exclude anyone at all. Seeing nothing, all right. We will move forward with comments, questions by the Plan Commission.
What's the drawback here? Just that it's not in the immediate urban service area, correct?
It's not an urban service area, and so we don't know if it can be served by gravity sewer, and then we aren't quite sure about the water needs in the area, which is why we're doing the analysis that it will be done this spring.
Who pays for that analysis? Us or?
The city is paying for that.
Which we need to do anyway, right?
We should anyway, because it's more than just this part of that area.
So is this a little bit a cart before the horse, a little bit, or?
That's what it's in a way, I guess. I mean, and Edgewood obviously wants to do this. They want to get going. And I'm not, in the resolution isn't saying that we need to wait 10 years. It's saying that in the spring, we need to start essentially in the spring, we need to start a plan process for South Stoner Prairie, but include this. And one thing I did forget to mention, as I believe in the FUDA, it says that that strip of what the Richardsons own that's not in the FUDA, it's between the FUDA and Edgewood College. It says that that area needs further study. So even though it's not technically in the FUDA, it says that that needs to be explored further to see if the gravity sewer can be serviced to that area. So I didn't say that quite right before my discussion. But it's essentially saying the neighborhood planning should start. That can take a year, 2 years, but there's a lot of neighborhood input that comes through during that process. Steve?
Curious, just given where this is, what neighborhood input could we possibly have? Because don't we go out like 300 feet or 600 feet, something like that, to get neighborhood
Sonia,
input?
speak to that.
I think generally speaking, when we're at the comp plan level, it's a different sort of public process. In 2009, I've repeated this at multiple meetings and can go into detail at the request of commissioners. But this is a map that was created by a public process to determine where the city would like to direct growth. It's not intended to be an avenue where specific land use proposals are brought forward. That would occur in areas that are shaded gray, which is currently the urban service area, where there are 1,200 acres available. If there was a proposal within the urban service area, it would follow our normal sort of entitlement process with rezoning land division, and we could be reviewing an application at this point in time, theoretically.
And so I think you would seek out not only the landowners in that area, but also community members beyond just 300 feet.
Kind of like the sign, I worry about setting a precedent in all the other white areas. And how do you, I think it's a great idea too, right? I'm a, athlete and love athletics, and I totally get it. But I don't like the precedent it would set and the stress it would put on staff.
Rich?
I've mentioned before that I'm not real happy with the timing and the scheduling and the speed with how we're going forward with the comp plan. We'll get to that later. But it makes me worry, it worries me that if we do not approve this now or tonight, that this may be delayed so much that they're not even looking at anything for a couple of years. And at that point, they might be far gone. And I would really hate to lose them. I want to keep our options open. The water problem, if it comes out that it's not usable, then obviously they won't do anything there. But if it is, or depending on how that comes out, but what I'm seeing here is that they've got wet areas or wetland areas. It looks like a retention or detention pond, I don't know. And the rest of the things that are surface, no basement, like the tracks and stuff. So I would think this would be a plus for managing the water problems, even though we haven't exactly nailed down the problems yet. We know we have a problem. So I'd like to see this be included.
Other people? Steven?
I guess I'll go. If you remember 2 months ago, I ended the meeting by asking, now that we've got a shortened comprehensive plan update timeline, what can we do? I was concerned hearing from the O'Briens, seeing what Edgewood was starting to put forward in terms of an idea, and I thought, what do we have to do as a city council and as a plan commission to make this work? I would like to see, reading through the resolution, don't quite understand, and when I watched the city council from when you guys discussed it a week or two ago, some of the conversation was this isn't clear enough that it's for Edgewood. Some of it was this is too clear, it should be more generic about the overall process. So I'm pretty much lost in all that. What I would like to do though is give a better idea of what steps need to take place and what timeline can that take place in, because I don't like the idea that waiting for a rainwater study in spring to be done is our first step. What else can be transpiring between now and then to keep moving forward? And to your point, I think you've made it a couple of times, Mayor, that typically we don't want to go after a certain development or a certain project because it really should be more about how we're using the land. And I think if Walmart or Costco or whatever major vendor came through, and I mean, Tom has, kind of brought that up as a big miss, I think that's one thing. But in something like this, where it's an educational facility that has been in the area for so long, it's not kind of flying by, where people are spending their money and what the big trend is. This is a long-term growth plan and is nothing but a benefit for the city. And so I'm of the mindset, what do we need to do to clear every obstacle to push this forward, to make this work, and not in a 5, 6, 7 years down the road, but how can they start building in 2022 is what my mind is thinking. So that's what I would like to open up for discussion, and what can we do to help that facilitate that.
Yeah.
Just like your dad.
Sound like him too. My stepmom can't even tell us apart.
Say something?
Sure.
Thank you. My name is Pat O'Brien. I live at 2658 South Seminole Highway. And I've been a resident for 71 years. Everybody's talking about how long they've lived in the city. So I've been listening to your concern. And I really like what Jay, if I may slaughter the name, Hockmuth, brought forward here. I'm really concerned that with your amendment, what you brought forth here, that we attach this 40-acre parcel to the south South Seminole neighborhood.
I'm just afraid it's going to get lost in the shuffle with all the studies, and we really don't need to bring another, we've got enough land, and I'm just afraid that it's going to take too much time. I understand that we can bring land in, amend projects and bring them in. I don't understand why this can't be attached and brought in and attach it to the North Stoner Prairie. Attach it to the North Stoner Prairie urban service area. And it would expedite the project a lot faster, I would think. And that would be my suggestion. And it's just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Ed.
I'm not sure, but I think I agree with Pat on that. We don't know how long the South Stoner Prairie neighborhood plan is going to take to put together. And I can't even imagine after we went through last time going to Carp Sea for an urban service area expansion, going to them right now and asking for all of South Stoner. And if they don't go along with it, then we've got a problem with this project. Whereas if this gets attached to North Stoner, it's really a very small, I guess I'm not sure whether you've got to bring the entire property into the urban service area or enough to cover, the clubhouse or exactly what's needed here, but it could be fairly simple. And I think we've got sewer. Do we have water and sewer on Lacey Road or just sewer at this point?
I'm not sure.
I believe that both are on the north side of Lacey Road or will be extended in that area in the near future.
Yeah, I think so too. So if you had a simple, small amendment to the urban service area for this specific purpose, I'm wondering whether that would be easier to get through Carp Sea and would also just avoid the red tape of having to put together the entire South Stoner neighborhood plan. Would seem like that might be a way to expedite it.
Yeah, right. I can't speak for Carp Sea, and actually they just make recommendations to the DNR. The DNR decides. But my guess is they would say this isn't in a FUDA. Why you have over 1,000 acres that are in FUDAs? Why wouldn't one of those areas work better? Would be my guess, but I can't speak for them.
Well, they could say that either way, whether you want to add it to North Stoner or South Stoner.
Yeah.
But I think, they may also look at the purpose of the project.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, I mean, what is your thought on that, Sonia?
Sure.
Your experience in dealing with Carp Sea and the DNR.
Get involved.
I think the planning comments on this sort of concept all along have just been from a matter of precedent. So again, just looking at the acreage available, 1,200 acres within the urban service area, 800 acres within adjacent FUDAs. If that's something that the city as a whole wants to reconsider, that's totally fine. But we've always encouraged a process that involves public input and sort of objective review of data. So if there, all of that aside, if the city wants to consider this proposal separately and make an exception, that's completely within your right as policymakers, as the Plan Commission and the Council. I think there are a number of ways that it could be approached, and again, it just gets down to a matter of precedent. So this resolution would amend this individual parcel and treat it differently again than the other 11,000 acres of farmland, but that's up to the discretion of this body, and attach it to the South Stoner Prairie Neighborhood Plan. That's typically how the City of Fitchburg's process has proceeded. So again, trying to continue with some sort of logical path of development review that we've had, which would then plan for that neighborhood in a logical way. So neighborhood planning, I've mentioned in the past, also encourages sort of comprehensive review of how a particular land use interacts with its surrounding land uses. We look at transportation routes and networks, mix of land uses, and just attaching one individual 20 or 40 acre parcel onto an existing neighborhood really sort of goes in the face of that entire planning process. And I think just sets a really slippery slope for decisions to be made in the future when another private property landowner comes forward, or commercial development use, or any other user. I will repeat again that that is up to the discretion of the Plan Commission, and if this is a proposal that the city feels is worth sort of going against best planning practices, that's entirely possible. So your options are either to include it in a South Stoner Prairie neighborhood plan, or you could attach it to the North Stoner Prairie neighborhood plan. There's nothing in statute that would prevent you from doing either one.
I will say earlier in a different topic, we talked about they need to be planners and not reactive to certain projects either. And I think that's what I was trying to do anyway with this, is just trying to look at, from a planning perspective, you know, project's a great project, but we need to look at it as a planning perspective more holistically, and I don't expect it to take 5 years to get this done. Neighborhood plans, you can't guess. I mean, they could take 3 or 4 years, but they're not gonna take 8 years like Northeast Neighborhood. They could take 2. You don't really know. So, other thoughts?
I mean,
Ed?
either way, I mean, if this is to be added to the FUTA, it's gotta be part of our comp plan update process. I mean, we've gotta get that public input on this throughout some period of time, and I'm not clear what the timing potentially is on this. I think, you know, Jay Hockmuth brought up some good points, and one of them that I really don't understand is this states that the amendment to the FUTA map would be considered for a formal vote for inclusion upon adoption of an updated comprehensive plan. So does that mean that we're trying to sort this out as to whether we want to include it in the comp plan throughout the process of the comp plan, so that we potentially adopt it if it's going to be adopted for inclusion at the same time the comp plan is adopted, or after the comp plan is adopted, or?
So I guess, you know, in the current FUTA, the Richardson-owned property that's kind of between the FUTA and this, and some Richardson properties in the FUTA says right now that that could be part of the FUTA based on determining if it can be served by gravity, sewer, and water. So I guess my thought, and maybe it's not clear enough, is that it can kind of extend that essentially all the way across to Seminole Highway, include this Edgewood property, if you will, that we're talking about so much, as an area that, if it can be served by stuff like gravity, sewer, and water, that can be considered as part of the FUTA at that point. Because I think that's one of the key pieces, is that you don't want to pay millions of dollars for a piece of property that's not going to generate any tax revenue. So I think that's one of the concerns, is maybe it can, maybe it can't, but we need to get that engineering done as part of the process.
Does it generate tax revenue either way?
No.
Right, so, but adding it to the FUTA then opens it up to potentially be used for any purpose. Maybe it isn't this project.
Good.
And if we're interested specifically in this project, the question is, you know, if the thought is that we may make an exception for this project, how can we do that so that it is specific to this project? Is there a way?
I guess I don't know if you say, oh, this project's okay, and then if it falls through for whatever reason, nothing else is, I don't know if you can
Then,
do
in other
that.
words, it doesn't get added to the FUTA unless the project is approved. I mean, we don't know what the stormwater studies are gonna say, and we don't know exactly what Edgewood's.
I think the point is with the whole precedent here is that we wouldn't have to worry about that if we wouldn't have shot ourselves in the foot by doing such a short comprehensive plan. We knew that this was coming forward. We told them a year ago that this should be coming forward during the comprehensive plan. And then we said, let's do a really short plan update. So now we're having to go through these other means to look at such a project. And so we're setting the precedent only because we just decided this 3-4 months ago. to kind of exclude this kind of a thing. And I've heard that this would not have made it into a comp plan revision anyway, because it would have been such a long timeline. I guess it's just, there is the concern of precedent, and yeah, I am the one that said we should really be planning, but when something like this comes forward, I think about, when Epic first came to Verona, did they say, oh, well, that wasn't zoned business commercial, so we're not gonna allow it now? I mean, and that's just one example, but I worry about when things like this come forward, we have to be a little bit more, not so, I don't know what I'm trying to say, open to it, or making it a little bit easier for them to work with us, because if I don't know what the process is, other than it sounds like it's long and drawn out, what can we do? That's what I'm not hearing here, is what can we do that doesn't completely shoot ourselves in the foot for future projects, but still allows us to proceed with this in a timely manner?
Why this property? Is there another 40-acre parcel in the 1,200 in the urban service area that might work? Maybe not off Seminole, but close, off Fish Hatchery? I mean, why this particular space?
I think it's
Especially since
just
it wasn't-
opportunity, probably. I don't know if it's relationships or why. I don't know exactly why, but I would guess that there's probably 40 acres somewhere else, but I don't know that for sure. There's some things they like better about the property, and access to the bike path, and it's fairly easy access to down Seminole Highway to Edgewood as well. Yeah, sure. Can you come up to a mic, though? You need a mic.
This has been a good 11 years in the making. We've looked at dozens of properties within 8 to 10 minutes of our campus. And again, Fitchburg staff approached us and said, hey, we know you're looking. Can we introduce you to a family? And that's where this opportunity came up. The proximity to the bike path was absolutely appealing. The fact it's a straight shot from campus was appealing. The fact that I believe there's a roundabout going in that area, so traffic. It was an opportunity to help the city with everything else, if everything happened at one time. And then us finding out that there was water, we immediately got Rettler involved with the project, because they've worked with the DNR and they have a lot of expertise in dealing with stormwater management. And they were very confident that we could solve a lot of problems over there. So that's, a lot of reasons that this was the perfect space for us to utilize.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
And do you want to answer that question too?
We were extremely happy when Edgewood approached us a year ago, a little better than a year ago, about that piece of property. And I, like Pat, say, can't we annex it to the North Stoner? To be honest with you, we really don't want to be tied in with the Fuda area because we really don't like development. We're not very happy with everything north of Lacey Road that we have lived with all our life. Pat being a little older than and I too have been a resident here in Fitchburg 68 years. And we've seen a lot of development here in Fitchburg. The only thing on the Fish Hatchery Road used to be Bowman Dairy and the truck farm. And then, so the development here in the city has really been something. You're developing on the east side of Fitchburg. A little concerned about that because of the access to 14, which you say is the less used highway in the city and in the state. But I don't know, the traffic on that highway can get extremely loud at times. So I don't know if I'd want to put up a $350,000 to $500,000 home where I've got to listen to the traffic. And then you put up the barriers that you can't see anything. So you might just well build a house with no windows. But, we're very hopeful that this Edgewood project goes through because it does assist the water issues that we have. We've got videos of the water running down Lacey Road from Savannah Oaks
and Lacey Heights that end up on our property. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Tom?
I guess I'll start by saying that this project is in District 4, and it's obviously in my district. And I did speak to a number of alders, kind of tried to get a little read from them if they were for or against it, and it was all positive. So with that being said, I did bring it to the city council, and then they kind of shifted it over here, and that's fine with me. But the situation is, you know, for you that didn't hear this part, you know, you're talking about a college that's been there, what, 100 years? Pretty close. They're not going anywhere. And Fitchburg is interesting, as you all know. We have 3 high schools and no Friday night football. And this complex could also, and I have asked Edgewood, this complex could also be used for those children at times, if needed. Not to mention, as it already has been brought up, about jobs, housing, employment. I mean, how can it not be a win? And you're kind of stumbling, some of you are kind of stumbling on, I call it opportunities, and I call it in things that are unforeseen that come up. That's where Edgewood has stumped themselves in the foot. There's a lot of opportunities that Fitchburg has stumped themselves in the foot. We won't get into that, but the fact is this, I think, not only is a win-win for athletics, but it just seems to be a win-win too, kind of for education. And it was brought here, you know, we can get this done before midnight. It was brought here just to get your read on it. Are you for it or are you against it? That's really it. I don't like the way it was drafted. Let me tell you why. We're talking of 40 acres, and all of a sudden, we got over 200 acres. That is reference to North Stoner Prairie and South Stoner Prairie. I'm going back to North Stoner Prairie. And I found it very interesting that the landowner actually agreed with one of our residents called Jay tonight. That was interesting. But the fact of the matter is where Fitchburg sits, where Madison is, where the other suburbs are, what an opportunity for us to move forward on. And I don't want to really get into the water because that could be for another day, but I can tell you that when the bike trail was built, Sonia, I don't know if you know, this area I don't think Ed knows. This area I don't think needs a lift station. Won't need it. The thing is the word we're gulping for up here a little bit, it seems to be opportunity and the market. That's what you wanted to hear from me tonight. You know, to run a city, it's not as easy as an X and an O. Sometimes you get an A and a B, and a C and a D. And all we wanted tonight from you folks, Edgewood College has a proposed development for 40 acres for a potential athletic complex located in, give the definition, west of Seminole Highway and south of Lacey Road. I guess my comment is, are you in or out? That's it. Let's get to the technical part later. But that also gives Edgewood kind of an idea where we're going. If you want to say no, say no. I'm going to tell you I'll say yes. And I think the majority of the city council, I could be wrong, is going to say yes.
Sure, you need to come on, Mike, though.
How long is it going to take to do the gravity sewer study? It's taking like a month, 2 months?
I'm not really sure.
To defer to Public Works staff on that.
When can we know about that? Can we know by next council meeting?
I can certainly inquire.
No,
with
because this is I think it's an important question, because the storm water is going to take, what, a couple
This
of
April.
months?
This April, or this spring we'll have it.
The
I don't know
spring,
what
so
day.
I want to know how long it takes to do that study.
We can ask that question and have.
Because I
have an answer.
overheard it can take a week or 2 days to do it, so I want to know.
Yeah, we can ask
Okay,
that.
thank you.
I have information that's truly germane to this discussion, and it'll take 10 seconds. I haven't.
You need to come. You can't come up here.
It's pertaining to the sewer service issue. I take the bike trail constantly. 2 years ago, a sewer was installed between the sub-zero entrance about a mile north and Lacey Road under the bike trail. The email says it's 14 feet deep and 18 inches in diameter. There is literally 700 or 800 acres south of Lacey and west of Seminole that currently can be served by gravity sewer. Thank you.
Ed? Sorry, I thought you were raising your hand. Steven?
So I think the only thing to Tom's point is you probably can guess where I'm on what side of the coin, obviously. My concern is given the language that has been proposed versus some of the discussion, I want to make sure that what we're saying yes to is achieving what I actually think it's achieving, and not just a signal of support. That's too wishy-washy for me at this point. I want to have a little bit more of a concrete plan or something to say that yes, I'm saying yes to, not just yeah, we like the idea, let's keep dancing the dance.
Yeah, and I
That's
think,
the only thing.
I keep hearing that we want details and more specifics, and I try to give, an idea of a plan, and we can change it, that's fine. And that's where I try to at least have a plan to react to, and I think that's where, just saying, yeah, we like it, probably doesn't do what Edgewood needs, is what I'm hearing anyway, is, they need more specifics, and I think that there are different things to do, but it comes down to, how do you figure those pieces out? There's a lot of pieces, moving parts. Yeah, staff needs some direction, and,
Is there a possibility that council will go along with some extension of this time for the comp plan so that we actually have time to properly consider something like this?
I don't know if they would, and I think it's also hard to.
I didn't hear what you said.
So the question is, would the council would the council be okay with extending the comp plan process? And I don't know how long that would be either. Is that a year? Is that 6 months? Is that 2 years? I think that's one of the things
You
with.
just need more public input than we otherwise would have because of what's being potentially proposed here.
Yeah, and I guess that's where having it as part of a neighborhood plan, you could get that public input on this project through that. Versus, if the comp plan takes another 2 years, is that really different than starting a neighborhood planning process in the spring for this area?
I think it's the decision as to whether or not this is going to get added to the FUDA or not. That's the critical decision, and that's where, like Sonia says, you're normally going through public hearings of the comp plan process to make a determination like that. And I don't know that we I mean, even if we're in favor of adding it to the FUDA for this particular project, it doesn't mean we don't want to just add it to the FUDA for whatever purpose may come up. I mean, we may be just talking about a very specific project here.
Almost restricting it like we did with the industrial commercial on the closed property essentially. And so maybe part of it is we're in favor of adding it to whichever FUDA
For this
with the
specific
restriction of this purpose and assuming that
Yeah.
it passes all of the other things it needs to pass and
But there again,
DNR approves
yeah.
it. And
But
all
there
those
again, we
pieces.
still need the proper public input.
Right.
Period. So,
Right.
Sonia, you have thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, okay. So, an attempt to summarize, I'll provide all of the different ways that this could work. I've identified 4 options. What's in the resolution right now is number 3. So, in order of scale, for Edgewood's perspective, in order of most difficult being number 1 to easiest being number 4, and on that same scale, the council and plan commission should consider what they feel is good, sort of precedent and decision-making, et cetera. So, and then I'll give a 5th option. So, number 1 would be, again, this would be the most difficult for Edgewood. We already have 1,200 acres within the urban service area. We're not changing it. That's the land available for development. We could review the proposal under those sort of policy guidelines. Number 2 would be, okay, we're gonna consider changes to the FUDA process, but it's going to be a real planning process, not sort of driven by any one individual property. And we'll see if this particular land area then is included in the future comprehensive plan growth areas. I think when you're considering that option, you're really asking the question of why are you doing the planning process? If you're really considering going in a different growth direction for the city as a whole than the map that's shown on the screen, then sure, do a good, objective, sort of well-vetted planning process. But if the purpose is only to allow an exception for this particular parcel, and that's what's gonna be guiding the process, then I'm not sure why you would spend all of the time and resources that would take. Number 3, again, this is sort of what's proposed in the resolution. Add it into the comprehensive plan now as part of a future urban development area, but add it into South Stoner Prairie. So that would still require a comprehensive neighborhood plan that examines that whole area south of Lacey. Portions of it could be brought into the urban service area over time, and that would still be contingent on various questions that we have, such as gravity sewer, and the stormwater study, and then of course any other required approvals like urban service area amendment. And then the easiest would be, again, add it now without any sort of objective process, just based on what we're hearing from Edgewood at this point in time, into the North Stoner Prairie neighborhood and request an urban service area amendment, again contingent on stormwater study and gravity sewer.
Did you say there was a 5th too? You were at a,
Yeah, I think it's really sort of wrapped up in number 2 as I was putting this together here at the table. But it's the question of extending this planning process beyond the April sort of deadline that we've been given. That's, again, an option to do a real planning process and get public input. But if the purpose of that process is only to allow this exception, then again, I would ask why we would spend that time.
All right. Thoughts?
I liked
comments?
option number 4.
So, amending the North Stoner Prairie plan. And then would you essentially want to start that now? Would you wait at least till spring and get some information from the analysis on stormwater in the area? Or I guess, I mean, it's always going to be contingent probably on that anyway, so.
Well,
Or need that
maybe there
info.
are some things that can be done now, like finding out, the answer to Julia's question on gravity sewer. I mean, that could be found out fairly quickly. So there would be a number of things that we could do to keep the process moving so that at that time we could then incorporate the information from How long is this, it's getting funded next year, correct, the stormwater study?
The RFP is out right now, and so they're gonna start yet this year and be done. I guess I don't know if the funding, it might be started now and we're paying the bill in January. I'm not exactly sure.
So they could be finished when?
September 2020 is the current plan
Oh, okay.
for a stormwater report. And then, as I understand it, I discussed this with Public Works earlier today, the options in that report that are recommended would then be vetted further, and potential construction of any sort of stormwater facility would be planned in, for 2022 construction.
Okay, so if in that process, they were taking into consideration the facilities that are being proposed on this property, does that affect the time frame, or what's the time frame for saying, yes, this would be meaningful, this would help the situation?
Well, according to the current schedule, apparently in September 2020 or months thereafter, we would know what the recommendation is of the stormwater study and whether that includes some sort of site-specific improvement on this property, or if it's something else like pumping stormwater north or gravity feeding it south, further south.
So anything that we do between now and then in the process really is contingent then on getting that information at that time? As to whether we move forward with it.
That'd be one of the inputs.
I don't know if you folks down here, you guys down here heard number 4 had to do, I'm leaning towards number 4 too. And I actually think it's time to call the question or move this along. These people have been here since 6:30. And as far as the stormwater, and I can answer that question. That's gonna come up at a whole lot of meetings. This has just started. Tomorrow night's the first one for District 4. I can have 5 farmers walk through the door and talk about their land tomorrow. So we're just trying to give Edgewood a direction. That's all we're trying to do here. They don't want to hear about their stormwater right now and the lighting, or if they're going to get a road. And let's move on here. And these folks have been here for a long time, and I got a lot of sympathy here. And I'm going to call the question and vote
There's
for
no
number
motion.
4.
There's no motion, actually. So you can make a motion.
Yep, I just made a motion.
And so can you repeat the motion so we know what it
You
is?
can repeat the motion.
I don't know what the motion is.
It was number 4 that you had, I'm sorry. You had the wording on number 4.
Right,
Isn't
so
that
I think
what we're referring to?
what you're suggesting is that we'd be voting on this sort of hypothetical
North Stone
situation.
Prairie.
The Plan Commission, I think, in theory, could vote on whatever they want tonight. Another option would be to review a resolution that actually spells that.
Now, let me
process out.
clarify this. I thought your number 4 was the 40 acres in the
option.
North Stoner Prairie. And waters to be studied, don't get me wrong, waters was to be studied. I'm just leaving it like that for now. You know, we're not going to solve that tonight. Water has to be studied, got that. And I hope the Plan Commission goes along with me just to support Edgewood in this manner. And that's all I'm saying. I mean, did you miss something?
Yeah, would you direct staff then to redraft the resolution?
Absolutely.
And bring it back?
Absolutely, yeah.
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 Okay.
That's a good point.
I don't know if
Redr-
it
I
goes
don't-
back, then it's another month before.
I don't know
it
if we
goes
have to
back.
Can we
read
just-
that either.
So,
Right, so do we want to amend the resolution then tonight so that it doesn't have to come back, or do we want to have it redrafted and clean some things up? I don't know.
Couldn't we just,
How would you suggest that, Sonia?
There are a number of ways. I mean, we could wordsmith it right now and go through the whereas clauses
we have
without having
conditions.
time to review it, or you could table it and bring a resolution back. I mean, this is your decision.
That's a good
I
point.
mean, if I'm looking through it, I feel like there's probably one whereas that is really what you're changing. And let me see which one it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so the 6th one says, we include the parcel within the boundary of the South Stoner Prairie Neighborhood FUDA. But what you're suggesting is it's amended to the North Stoner Prairie neighborhood.
Correct.
Instead. Because I think the other stuff is still fairly relevant, because I think it talks still about the water and the sewer being, you know, key pieces that have to be figured out.
So anywhere where it says south.
And also
change it
the
to
now
north.
therefore be it resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would also be changed to be the
Right.
amendment to the North Stoner Prairie instead.
And can we get some clarification on the language as to when this would be considered for a vote, because it's kind of vague? So when would you anticipate, Aaron, that council would want to consider this?
I think next week they'd like to,
No, I mean, eventually when the decision is being made.
oh, I mean, that's part of the comp plan, so I think according to this current plan, the comp plan would be voted in like March or probably March, maybe.
Well, we won't have the stormwater study until next September.
Right, well, I think there's a contingency then on it. I think,
Okay.
I guess that's maybe the other thing.
So the way I understand it, again, Plan Commission would be giving direction to staff to amend the boundary of the North Stoner Prairie Neighborhood Plan on this map to be considered for a vote then with the comprehensive plan update when it's presented through the formal public hearing procedures, January through April. And then there would be a number of contingencies in the whereas clauses regarding gravity sewer, stormwater, urban service area amendment.
Okay, and then whatever that says, council will see it before they approve it, so.
Yeah, I should go back, yeah. I should go back.
So I don't know if, so that was,
Your amendment?
so Sam's
That was my
amendment.
amendment.
And I'll
Right,
second it.
Steven seconding that, all right. Further thoughts, comments,
Roll call.
all right?
Kinney?
Aye.
Clouder?
Aye.
Heller?
Aye.
Billings?
Aye.
Tate?
Aye.
Manning?
Aye.
Mayor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
All right. Sounds good. Then that one is solved. Now we're gonna go back up to L and comprehensive plan input and discussion. I think Wade has been waiting patiently, and thanks for waiting out with us, Wade. We got a number of things going here.
Just 1 second, let me find my. Okay, are we all ready?
Yeah, a couple people did a bathroom break, but
Okay.
they'll be back soon.
Just let me go back to the packet. So in the staff memo,
Are you,
sure.
excuse me, are you taking a break, or we lost some bodies over here?
Well, we have way more people. I guess
We
we'll
lost
take a 5-minute recess
minutes.
for bio breaks. I didn't realize that many people left. You're going to the
I didn't know if
bathroom.
you knew that.
Yeah, we'll take a few minutes to do. We do, but let's give people a chance to use the restroom. Ed will be back soon, I think, so we can keep moving here. All right, what's that? Yeah, we're talking about, yeah. Yeah. You can see it twice if you want, but you're welcome to go home and go to bed. Get some sleep. All right. Comp plan
Okay.
discussion.
Tom's not here, or no, Ed.
Ed's the one we're missing.
That's okay. So the Plan Commission memo lists sort of 4 things we wanted to go through. The first is just this progress memo. The second, a brief update on outreach, then review of some actual draft plan chapters that we've prepared. And then 4, continued discussion of the policies that we started discussing at the September 25th Committee of the Whole meeting. I realize a lot of you weren't there, but that's sort of the discussion, minor versus major, all that kind of thing. So just this progress memo update, this was provided to the Plan Commission and the Council by email. It's posted on the website. It was intended to sort of go go through this before the Edgewood discussion came up so that we could understand the decisions that have been made to date, so I'm not going to really spend a lot of time on this, but essentially, you know, we've gone through our kickoff presentation, reviewed available land use data in memo number 1, adopted the timeline under R122, adopted the memo, or sort of reviewed the memo to direct staff to proceed with the public participation procedures that we are proceeding with, in addition to memo number 3, which outlined the proposed framework. And I think I'll just pause on this and say that there was positive feedback from the Plan Commission and the Council to proceed with this framework, and that's why it's in your packets as presented today. So we are going full steam ahead with that. And then again, 9/25, we started reviewing policy discussion that's continuing today. Our outreach update, so far we've had 24, now that meetings increased, discussions or meetings with various committees or different groups to discuss this plan. A summary of distribution and advertising of outreach. For the record, we've mailed postcards to over 14,000 households, including owners and renters of properties, including Town of Madison residents within the areas planned to come into Fitchburg. We've prepared 2 different surveys, the general comp plan survey as well as the visual preference survey, and we've undertaken efforts for various Spanish-speaking accessibility, including translation of the survey in hard copy form, postcards with Spanish language on them, consultant services to translate staff presentations at 2 of the district meetings, etc. We're maintaining the public website and Notify Me list, et cetera, as well as sort of direct email blasts to the groups listed in that memo. We've gone through this at different meetings too, but sort of an agenda of the public meeting format, and this did happen at the meeting last Thursday, October 10th, up in the North Fish Hatchery Road neighborhood, and this is the plan for tomorrow night's meetings as well. We'll start with an introduction by the mayor or elected official to welcome the public to the meetings, and then we proceed into a really nice video introduction by city staff, and thanks to the Fact TV staff for pulling that together. Short notice that gives an overview of the city of Fitchburg's growth and sort of what a comprehensive plan is. Vandewell and Associates then leads a keypad polling interactive exercise with public in attendance, followed by individual worksheet questions and a small group mapping exercise to sort of get feedback on various points that residents like or dislike about their neighborhood, and to give us feedback along those lines. So that's the agenda. Just another brief outreach update. We do have 300 responses so far to the survey. And as I mentioned, we already completed our first neighborhood meeting last Thursday. 2 are scheduled for tomorrow. The first one is at 5 o'clock in this room. And that would be, Wade, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the rural portions of District 4. Thank you. And then at 6:30 would be the other part of Alder District number 4, or the suburban parts that are within the urban service area, following that agenda. So that's just the quick overview of those 2 items, and I'll turn it over to Wade for sort of highlights on the draft plans. Did you have a question?
Yeah, just curious when you'll be sharing any of that feedback that you've received with us.
I think our last meeting concludes on October 24th, so as soon as possible after that.
Thank you, Sonia. So yeah, tonight just wanted to quickly run through the chapters, or some chapters with you. Again, these are draft chapters. There's lots of holes in them, lots of words to be filled in yet, but just want to give you guys a sense of the content as it relates to this idea of the new frame. So the first kind of piece of the plan, we're calling it the plan primer. Essentially, it's an introduction, very brief kind of document that talks about what is the plan. It talks about the public process to create the plan. It talks about how the plan is organized. It identifies our growth principles, which is very important. It sets the stage for the rest of the plan. And then just kind of talks about how all the plan chapters are organized. So really, again, the intent of this primer is to help the reader access the plan and figure out where to go for information. Again, lots to be done yet, but that's kind of the intro. Next is a draft of Chapter 1. Again, this is kind of the how when we talk about our plan. How will Fitchburg grow? Again, a lot of work to be done, but essentially what we do here is we define the idea of growing Fitchburg, kind of where the title came from, what it means. Again, we reiterate our growth principles, define those terms. We came up with some nice logos that we think will really bring that message of our growth principles throughout the plan. And again, I think just to reiterate, our growth principles are sustainability, equity, vibrancy, and cooperative or cooperation. And then again, some work to be done in Chapter 1. And Chapter 1 concludes with this idea of a Fitchburg snapshot. So again, just a real high-level overview of kind of the various attributes that make Fitchburg, Fitchburg, so to speak. And then Chapter 2A, again, this is kind of just an example of our growth pillar chapters and our growth tool chapters. So this template will be replicated in 5 other chapters, things like transportation, jobs and education, utilities, resources, and government. So what you see here, again, will be replicated in 5 other chapters. So again, a real succinct introduction, followed by kind of 3, what I'll call data pieces. And the first data piece is really this idea of hard data. So lots of charts and graphs with very quick, easy analysis. The second piece is, as we just discussed, what are our residents saying? So all the feedback we're getting from our meetings, that's our second data piece. Our third data piece is what our city committees saying. So we're kind of doing the road show, getting out and talking to committees. We want to make sure their feedback gets in here as well. And then the last data piece is this idea of our existing plans and policies. Again, we have a lot of sub-plans, sub-policies that should inform this update. We want to make sure that stuff is in there as well. So things like the housing plan, our Forward Fitchburg document, and our Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative. So just a quick summary of those documents. So then the idea is we put all those pieces together, and I think I'm missing a circle here. But again, the hard data, the city resident data, the city committee data, and our existing plans and policies, and we funnel that out and really come up with this idea of housing themes. So the idea is with all those data pieces, we can really boil it down to about 8 different key themes. And then we essentially apply those themes to our policy framework. So the first piece of our policy framework is, again, just reiterating those growth principles, sustainability, equity, cooperation, and vibrancy. And then we come up with a general policy statement that essentially incorporates every one of those themes that we just identified. And then I think 3 is where we certainly have a lot of room for options moving forward. But 3 is where you really want to develop specific actions to move towards achievement of that policy direction and those growth principles. So a couple thoughts here. Again, we don't need to decide this tonight, but just some ideas for consideration. The first idea would be essentially to refer and defer to our specific plans that we mentioned earlier. The second idea would be to develop new actions based on all those data pieces that we just identified. The third idea is to basically bring in verbatim our existing comp plan policies, with essentially little to no changes. The second option would be to do some combination of A, B, or C. And then the fourth piece of our policy framework is essentially identifying, again, all those sub-plans that help inform, in this case, the housing chapter. And then moving on, we have an example or kind of a draft of our Chapter 4. I think we understand this to be the meat of the plan. This is really our land use chapter. It's kind of the where, as we've been discussing tonight. Set up the same way as our other chapters. We talk about what is the hard data saying. We'll plug in some maps, various data pieces. Then again, we want to make sure we incorporate what our residents are saying through both the survey process and our public meetings. Again, we want to make sure we incorporate what our committees are telling us in this process. Again, incorporate existing plans and policies that are relevant to land use. And we have a laundry list of plans here. And then this is kind of where we get into that idea of the 3 growth areas, our greenfield, grayfield, and farmfield. And again, greenfield is kind of urban fringe development, grayfield is infill, and farmfield is really enhancing our agricultural sector. So again, a lot of work to do here yet, but we want to make sure we kind of define what those 3 field terms are. In this case, our greenfield is pretty well set up. Again, all this text is essentially verbatim from our existing plan. So we identify all our existing FUDAs. We talk about where they are, how big they are. We show them on a map. And then we kind of get into that gray field concept. Again, lots of work to be done here. But I think we're thinking about North Fish Hatch as a Grayfield area, certainly the Verona Road corridor as a Grayfield area, and then the town of Madison, Southdale area as well. And then the third field, again, is kind of our farm field. So again, incorporating existing city policies, actions that we think will really enhance that agricultural sector. And then again, similar to the other chapters, we basically want to take all this data, analyze it, come up with those land use themes. Again, we have work to do here, but that's, again, kind of following the same template as housing. And then we get into our policy framework, again, reiterating the growth principles, coming up with some general policy direction, which we'll fill in the blanks here eventually. And then what we did here is a lot of the specific actions for land use are already there. They're in our existing plan. So we just tried to organize them better, and I'll just quickly run through how we organize things. So the first action under our land use chapter would be to adhere to our future land use map. And for folks that understand the difference between Euclidean zoning and smart code zoning, this is our Euclidean map. So that's something that we'll adhere to as we enact policy. And then we just, again, identified notes from the map, against verbatim from existing plan. Nothing has been changed. We identify the categories on our Euclidean zoning future land use map. So lots of text here. And then we kind of get into our second policy action, our smart code zoning future land use map. We call this our sector plan map. And again, with the text, we really explain what's on the map and how it will be used to help inform policy. And then I think 3C and 3D are obviously relevant to the discussion we've had tonight. Again, verbatim from existing plan. We talk about how we expand our urban service areas under 3C. 3D talks about the staging of expanding those urban service areas. And 3E and 3F actually took some content from, I believe it was called the intergovernmental chapter of our old plan, but it was really land use based things. So we thought it made sense to put it into this chapter. And really those things are centered around this idea of multi-jurisdictional planning areas, so areas in which we have kind of joint responsibility with other entities. And then also this idea of some conflict areas. And again, some of this content will probably change based on what's happened in the past 10 years, but these are areas that were identified in the 2009 plan as just areas to kind of pay special attention to. And then again, we envision a lot of work to be done here yet based on feedback we get from our residents and this body as well. But that's really, again, how we've kind of framed some of these chapters in terms of a general outline. We also have included chapter 5, which is implementation. Sure.
I just noticed on the bottom of page 204, there are quite a number of very specific things that probably need to be updated because a lot of these issues have already been resolved or
So
addressed.
just keep in mind that we took this verbatim from the existing
Yeah.
plan. We realized people wanted to see kind of that one-to-one carryover. So we will edit a lot of this, based on what's happened. Yep.
Okay,
exactly.
great.
And then chapter 5, I don't think we originally had that as a chapter. We decided it made sense to have that as kind of a standalone. So it has a lot of kind of policy aspects related to modifying the plan. And I think with that, I will probably let Sonia touch on that.
So implementation, it sort of mirrors a lot of what our current implementation chapter includes. And just for reference and sort of following along, I did a really rough red line version of our existing implementation chapter, and that's included in the packet. So it's not a red line in theory. It would have been just way too difficult for you to read and messy with all the changes. So instead it's just comments, and it tells you and the public where this information can be found in the new version of the implementation chapter. So we'll just walk through the draft. So the first point of new language includes this added statement, which defines what consistent with the comprehensive plan means. So at 2009, when our original plan was adopted, this piece was not included in the state comprehensive planning law. It was added later by the state legislature to help clarify exactly what consistent with means. And as a reminder, any decision that we make, zoning, TIF districts, land division, official map decisions, all of those need to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is also relevant for the discussion when we talk about net density versus gross density, and it's something that we've referenced in previous planning meetings. Again, that consistent with really furthers or does not contradict the objectives, goals, or policies contained in the comprehensive plan. So if you have a net density or a gross density, for example, if you're falling somewhere in that range, rather than applying a specific metric and tying the Plan Commission's hands for all development review proposals, instead you might consider the overall goals, objectives, and policies of the plan. So does it still protect environmental corridors and buffers around wetlands? Does it still meet your affordable housing goals? And is it still sort of in that reasonable scale of net versus gross? So that's just one example of how we might apply it. Another example is our future land use discussion earlier. If we have a parcel that's industrial commercial, there are certain zoning decisions that when we're considering a rezoning, that's when that decision needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use. The second change is this addition of definitions, differentiating between a minor amendment and a major update. This is something that I think is unique to Fitchburg, and I couldn't tell you how other communities define, or even if this would even be relevant to other communities' land use planning, but it really just clarifies existing practice, so it's nothing that should come as a surprise. But a minor amendment is generally defined as minor changes to maps or texts, such as parcel-specific land use within planned growth areas, or revision to a specific action items that don't affect general citywide growth policies. Minor amendments shall follow the biannual procedures identified in this plan. So that biannual is new, and we'll get into that a little bit later. The major update then includes plan amendments that are not defined as minor in nature. An example of a major update is the revision to any future growth boundary. A major update may also entail a holistic review of the plan's data and goals without revisions to the future urban growth boundary. They shall occur at least once every 10 years. That's state law. The minor amendment procedures are almost verbatim copied into this version of the implementation chapter as they currently are in our plan. The only change of interest to our previous discussions is the second to last bullet point, and it added, some language here. The current plan says the Common Council may make changes to the recommended Plan Commission version of the amendment. As our city attorney has opined, as well as League of Wisconsin Municipalities and our previous city attorney, making changes to the Plan Commission version of a recommended ordinance to amend the plan are limited to technical changes or those that are not substantive in nature, and non-substantive is defined as, or rather I'll use it in the affirmative, so substantive changes would be something that changes what you as a property owner can do with your property. So the whole idea is by the time it gets to council, you shouldn't be making those substantive changes because now you haven't gone through the whole sort of due process and public hearing procedure and recommendation by the planning body, which is authorized to make those sort of recommendations. So the language then adds, the Common Council may make non-substantive technical changes to the recommended Plan Commission version of the amendment. A substantive change affects the use of land or makes a qualitative change in the plan.
While we're on that, could you just give an example of what would be a non-substantive technical change?
A typo. Can't think of one off the top of my head beyond that. Yeah, very small technical non-substantive changes. So again, this is really just solidifying current practice and the current city's attorney's opinion. This whole section is new, minor amendment review guidelines. This was brought up at the September 25th Committee of the Whole meeting with the idea that, why would we want to add guidelines when we're reviewing something like the Koth property amendment that we had or the North Stoner Prairie amendment that we've had? The idea is to encourage planning principles or planning guidelines so that we might have a little bit more of an objective conversation. And so these were sort of mimicked off of the City of La Crosse plan, which by the way is 500 pages. and sort of includes, I did not read all of it to find these, but just based off of a real example and sort of their guidelines, so they're not going to tie your hands to anything specific. The next section, we really need, I think, some guidance as well as maybe just some more staff time to think through how we want to flesh this out. But likewise, we might add procedural recommendations or guidelines for a major update. So that's kind of what we talked about earlier. If we are going to reconsider that whole future land use map, which has the hub and spoke model, right, with the land use up at the top and the future land use going down the Highway 14 corridor, if that's something that the city wants to change and we think there's a need to change that, then let's do it the right way and go through a process that's guided by the city and it's objective and it's not based on these sort of one-off requests by development entities, whoever they might be, public or private. So this section of the plan would just provide that guidance. It's blank right now. I think it's also in this section where the other topic of how frequently do we want to make major amendments to the comprehensive plan might come up. And again, I think staff needs some more time to sort of think that through, but I'll just remind you that current policy says at least once every 10 years, and there's nothing, we're not legally allowed to sort of bind future council's hands. So that's what the current plan says, at least once every 10 years. We could move forward without changing that at all, and it would still allow the flexibility that you've had for the last 10 years to undertake a FUTA modeling process and amend the plan. And the rest is sort of the same as what we have currently. So again, I think try to summarize the points that Wade mentioned, and maybe I'll let him chime in too, but I think we're looking for feedback on how you want the strategies incorporated into chapter 2 and 3. He gave you 4 different options, as well as the implementation chapter, any feedback on those policies we just touched on, specifically guidelines for undertaking a major update for the comprehensive plan. And those are the 2 that I can remember off the top of my head.
And I guess just as staff, also looking for general feedback on the new organization of the plan. I mean, I think we've talked a lot about a new frame and how we think it's a more succinct, efficient, accessible plan, but certainly, I guess I'm interested in feedback if we've accomplished that. I mean, if folks are comfortable with kind of this approach or if there's concerns. So I guess just another opportunity for discussion.
And before we go that route, I do have a couple citizens that want to speak, and I want to get them in here as soon as possible. Thanks for your patience. First, I have Matt Fleming, and then after that will be Jay. So sorry for being a long night, but thanks for holding on.
Quite all right, not my first one. Matt Fleming with Murphy Desmond. You may remember I'm representing the Oregon School District, and on behalf of the district, I'm not really here to talk about anything as sexy as college football or baseball or things like that. I'm here to talk about the fact that the Oregon School District needs to build a middle school sometime within the next 5 years. It has a 100-acre site that it has purchased after looking for some time for a site. It has looked elsewhere in the city. There's 1,200 acres, I understand, in the city's urban service area, but not all 1,200 of those acres are in the Oregon School District. And the school district, I think, understandably doesn't want to build a school in the Madison School District or in the Verona School District. We've got a very unique situation here. We have been trying for about 5 months to get a simple question answered. How do we go about the process of having the city consider changing the FUTA boundary to allow us to proceed with consideration for development? You know, we heard a lot about, on the Edgewood project, about concerns about precedent and things like that, all kinds of problems with the site. You know, here we have a site where the only property in the city, in this area, that's going to be able to develop at any time in the foreseeable future is the school district site, because that is the only site where the Village of Oregon is willing and able to extend utilities. We are on major transportation arteries. You know, those aren't the only planning issues, I understand, but the planning issues that are involved here are, I think, much more manageable, much more insular to this particular property and this particular user than they are for any other property that might be considering extensions to the future urban development area. As I said, I don't have all the details on the prior search for property that the school district conducted, but you know, for large institutional uses like this, you don't just go out and buy any 40-acre parcel. There are a lot of criteria that were considered. There's certain size criteria that come from Department of Public Instruction, and of course, we're also dealing with tax dollars, and this property came at a much better price than any other property that was available. So yes, would it have been better to have found something right in the urban service area? Of course it would. But this is not a perfect world. This is not a perfect situation. But the reality is that we need to know, we need to be on some path to figure out whether this site is going to be developable. We need the building in 5 years. We cannot wait for 10 years, if that's going to be the policy, to do a major amendment because you know, the schools will already be overflowing. The growth that you have already planned for that is within the Oregon School District and in the city of Fitchburg won't be able to occur. The kids will grow up and not be able to fit in the current middle school. This is an urgent situation that needs to be handled sometime in the very near future. The school district would like to go out to a referendum sometime in around 2022 to hopefully be building 2024 or 25. And we cannot find out a year from now, 2 years from now, that the property that we have is no good and we need to go shopping elsewhere. And the city of Fitchburg cannot wait that long to find out that there's no other property really that meets the criteria. So I don't know how this exactly happens. I don't know whether we need to take up this specific property after you do what you want to do with this particular plan, or if this is something that we can consider while we are making these amendments, but we need some direction. We just, it can't wait. Some consideration. We need to be able to present our case. We need to know what legwork we need to do. I've got a really good idea of some of the stuff. We did have a discouraging but productive conversation with staff, but beyond just knowing what the concerns are, we need to know what the process is and what needs to be done. I guess that's all I can say. Thank you.
All right, Jay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item as well. Before going into my remarks that I just handed a copy out of, I would like to indicate that I believe this gentleman's problem can be solved by the proposed resolution that I offered in my testimony on the previous matter, by opening up a window after the comp plan is adopted that allows major amendments to be submitted and then start the process for considering them. I think that's a way to solve his problem. And the good news about this problem is obviously the timeline is different than the Edgewood problem. So with that said, I'm here tonight. I really want to commend staff for everything they've done to get us to this point in time between the public meetings and the online survey, the material they presented, and most of all, the draft plan that's been unveiled, the first working draft. I think it's an excellent step in the right direction, and I think staff should be commended for trying to maintain the schedule that the council set for them. And I believe this commission also adopted a motion in support of that schedule. I believe that there's a very, very significant issue. Sonia mentioned it earlier. The current comp plan says in the sections regarding the adoption of an amendment, the Common Council may make changes to the recommended Plan Commission version of the amendment. There's a proposed change to that. that wording was there for a very specific reason, because in 2009, when this comp plan was adopted, there was a presumption that the city council of elected officials had the final say on comp plan content and comp plan amendments. Now, over time, over 10 years, that has morphed into what you now see before you in this draft plan that was just presented a few minutes ago. This is unacceptable for a number of reasons. The first of all being that it is contrary to legislative intent. If you look at the legislative intent for this law that mandates comp plans be adopted, it changed, and there's a Supreme Court ruling that changed. In the old regime, the Plan Commission had absolute authority. That was taken away by a Supreme Court decision, and it's contrary to legislative intent. So when you have time, take a look at Attachment 1. It's an email that I received this winter from a professor at UW who is an expert and was involved in the whole process for adopting this comp plan. I'm sorry, for the Smart Growth Law. That shows beyond any shadow of a doubt that the position that the Plan Commission and the council have to adopt the same language is absolutely incorrect. It's contrary to state law. It's contrary to court rulings by the state Supreme Court. Secondly, the Legislative Council, subsequent to the opinion of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, they took a look at that, and they also looked at the statute. And the Legislative Council attorneys are experts on interpreting the law, and they have rendered an opinion to Representative Anderson and State Senator Miller that says why the council has final say. The Plan Commission does not. Now, I know the city attorney has taken that position, and I know that you have to theoretically follow the opinion of your city attorney unless there's some compelling evidence to the contrary. And thirdly, a survey that I conducted last year about this time when this whole matter came up in the context of North Stoner Prairie neighborhood, a survey I conducted of Dane County municipalities and a survey I conducted of 20 or so municipalities throughout the state of Wisconsin who are similarly situated to Fitchburg in that they have a large area that much of it is undeveloped. That survey showed that most of the communities, there was less than half of a sample response rate, but that survey showed that most municipalities in this state, the governing body has the final say. Now, this is going to come up. I'm raising it right now because this is one of the most fundamental issues that is facing this council and this Plan Commission. And I want to get it on the docket right now because it's got to be resolved. It's got to be resolved when this plan is adopted. And I have nothing else to offer at this point. It's getting kind of late, and thank you very much for listening to me 3 times tonight. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I also have Rita Hendricks, who is registered only in opposition above manner with the comment request revisions. So that's what I have for public input. And other than that, other comments, thoughts? Yeah, Ed.
Yeah, I would like to know, I mean, has there been any discussion? Have you talked to other people, the council, with regard to the Oregon issue?
Yeah, so actually, Oregon, I've communicated a lot more to Oregon than what was kind of insinuated tonight. I met with the village administrator and also their village president, and we talked about, are they willing to provide services? And they said that they would be willing to extend their urban service area only for a school. They're not, at one point, I think someone had thrown out the idea of, they want to do workforce housing and all this other stuff. And they said, no, we'll provide sewer and water for a school, but only for a school. And our city administrator is reaching out to their administrator to work on an intergovernmental agreement so that we have that kind of in writing that they're willing to provide those services. And then as part of that, I think all along we've talked about the need to provide some kind of mechanism or some kind of piece in the comp plan to allow something like the school, and I don't know what those guidelines are necessarily, to be able to provide those services. And maybe it ends up being something like we did just tonight actually with Stoner Prairie, where it was, this property, school only, restriction type of a thing, maybe we have to do something like that, which, we can do, I think, based on what I foresee anyway, that's gonna be the kind of desire of both, I think, this body and the council to provide something in there that says, okay, we don't like that it was an urban service area, but, Oregon will provide that sewer and water, which is a big sticking point, because we're not going to do that. And so I think that's something that I foresee being in the plan in the future as well.
Okay, thanks.
This is at MM, right? Or M, 14 M?
MM.
14 Burn. MM, right? That far south?
Yeah, it's kind of by, like, the McDonald's, I think, more close to where the McDonald's is in Oregon, if you know, off that first Oregon exit off of Highway 14 in that area.
Yeah, but this is on the
I think
east side of MM, north of the cemetery, correct?
But if you see where, yeah, it's right in this little,
Okay.
it's the biggest parcel there, yeah, right up in that corner.
Oh, right there. Okay. So if they're gonna provide services, this is different than, all right, let me back up. I'm a layman, right? They're gonna provide services to the school.
Mm-hmm.
Why-
Sewer and water, essentially.
Yeah, they're gonna provide that, right?
The Oregon said that they would be willing to provide that, yeah.
So that's a good thing. It's a win-win. Why are we, this is different than Edgewood.
Well, it's still not in a FUDA. So, I mean, that's the other thing, is it's not in a current FUDA. So we'd have to put something in there that kind of, again, says that even though it's not in a FUDA, we're willing to essentially just redraw the line, even though it wasn't designated as a future development area.
Couldn't you treat this like someone buying a piece of property and putting their own septic and well in? On a residential level? Obviously, it's a commercial level, but does it have to be included in the FUDA?
Yeah, but I think if it's on city sewer and water, well, I shouldn't speak to.
But it's not on our sewer.
think
That's why I'm
it's-
confused.
Yeah, I think because it's on sewer, that's essentially what the urban service area is. I mean, those are urban services.
But it's their urban service area.
Right, yeah, it'd be attached to their urban service area, but it'd still be our FUDA. It's still part of Fitchburg. We're not giving Oregon that land. It's still Fitchburg, so it'd still have to be our FUDA, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, well, basically, it still needs to be changed in the right now, under your comprehensive plan, you couldn't even give us the zoning allowed to build a
There we go.
school there. So, I mean, it's really that fundamental, but I said, this is why I think this is just another layer of why this is truly a unique kind of situation, because it is literally the only parcel that Oregon would be willing to serve. It's up against, these major arterials already. The only other issues that I think ultimately might have to be looked at is, really police and fire services there, but, frankly, I don't know why we couldn't even, there's all kinds of, joint services isn't really the word I'm looking for, but like mutual aid kind of agreements that, at least for emergency things, that perhaps even we could have intergovernmental agreements that at least, maybe Oregon, their fire or police could respond in emergencies just as a backup to make sure, So, I mean, otherwise, though, I just don't see that this property even presents most of the significant planning issues that you would have by, adding, smaller developments, or I guess a bunch of smaller developments within the same area. This is a pretty insular sort of situation.
Oregon has fire and police, don't they, for the correctional facility?
We actually provide that.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, well, the whole area kind of has an agreement to whoever's closest.
Okay.
But generally we do, especially now with our new station over here going down 14. It's probably still the closest, but we try to provide that. But really, there is already a intergovernmental agreement through the whole county, really, on whoever's closest provides those services. Because maybe this ambulance is over on Fitchburg Road and they're further away, and so we wouldn't try and take something from really far away if Oregon's closer.
Yeah, Sonia?
Yeah, just, we're employed as planners, so I want to raise some planning questions. These are all sort of short-term conversations about sharing urban services and police and fire. I think those are sort of easy conversations to have. But I think, again, once again here, we're in the back seat reacting to other entities driving the city's land use policies, and again, being dealt with the question of precedent. I think when we're talking about only a school site, that's one issue, but schools drive economic growth, they drive neighborhoods, and I think that we will see, if some sort of amendment is made to allow that, which the city has its, policy authority to decide, we will see development pressure, and the city better be ready to have those conversations and understand sort of the implications of having those conversations around a school that would be at our far southern boundary, and our ability to serve a neighborhood if ultimately we're interested in that sort of development pressure that will ensue. And then finally, the conversation of schools, right? We love schools, we want schools in Fitchburg, we want place-based schools in Fitchburg. But I think, again, from a planning perspective, where are your neighborhoods? Where are the sort of enrollment numbers that are driving school district growth? If those numbers are coming from Fitchburg, and numbers that we should probably have a conversation with the school district about, and their planning consultant, and can sort of educate us on their growth patterns. If that enrollment growth is happening up here north in Fitchburg, ideally in a perfect world, we would be sort of working cooperatively with the school district to locate schools in our existing urban service area, or around neighborhoods where our students live.
Yeah, Wayne.
How far south of M does Fitchburg actually go? Like how
Kind of
half
see the
mile.
border right there.
It's a
roughly.
half mile.
a half mile?
Yeah, there's,
Before McDonald's?
yeah, McDonald's is not in Fitchburg, McDonald's is in Oregon.
It's right on the edge.
There's a lot of land there, yeah. Well, this could be a problem.
And I don't want to focus only on Oregon. I think that's something that we recognize. I think there's some other section, pieces that staff would like some input on as well.
Right.
The only thing I'd want to add to the Oregon discussion is that really logically, it's right in the path. If we continue on the growth pattern that we have intended for the long term, it at least is in that corridor that we're intending to grow toward to. So yeah, I mean, it would be ideal to have a location that's further north and closer to actually where the students are going to be, because it's a long time before we're going to get down that far. So you'd be doing a lot of busing.
Understood. Well, I grew up in Tower Hill and spent all my time getting bused out to Madison School, so
Yeah.
I know what it's like living in Fitchburg, and you're not always. Well, most aren't very close to the schools that they have. The school district is going to be looking at an elementary school sometime, but I think the middle school is, because it's a middle school, it draws from a bigger area, and, when you look at the map there and you see it looks like, the school site would be way out in the boonies, but, the earth doesn't fall off right after that boundary. There's a whole village right there, and if you look at the boundaries of the school district itself, this is kind of in the middle, on a little bit of the north half, but middle of the school district boundaries. And so, these sites need to make sense for the entire district, even though, it is quite a bit, my understanding, quite a bit of Fitchburg development that's driving this. And, while I certainly wouldn't disagree that schools can help kind of drive development, I mean, they are really primarily, though, a response to development. Just like you need sewer, you need water, you need fire, you need police, you need schools. And with the development that's coming, you're going to need this school.
So would this be the middle school then for the Oregon district?
No, there is another middle school.
So there will be two.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, but the current one is, my understanding is already starting to feel the strain, so.
The long-term goal, for what they said anyway, is the current middle school is only 7th and 8th grade, and they'd build the second one and make it 6, 7, both of them 6, 7, and 8. So it'd split those students a little bit, and then all the elementary schools would go to K through 5. Right now they have a 5, 6 building, Rome Corners Intermediate. That would become a K through 5 school as well. So that's at least what's been shared, so at this point anyway,
So they're
long term.
yeah, they're just, I mean, they're in the midst of a struggle. If you-
There's a lot of
for your
growth
schools like
in
that, you're
figuring out how to,
seems trying to figure it out.
yep.
So, yeah, I mean, we're willing to, I mean, that's part of what we're still trying to figure out is the information you need from us more support for why we need the school here? Do you need more information from us to address some of these other planning concerns? We're ready, willing, and able to do whatever needs to be done to get you the information, you know, even if we don't formally consider the process until the spring. What can we be doing or what should we be doing in the interim to prepare for that more detailed discussion? Anything you can tell us to get us on a path?
No, I got to guess a point of order. We've been sitting here for 4.5 hours, and this topic came up, and I think it's a pretty important topic to my district. And Mayor, why don't we just put this on another agenda? I don't think it's fair to the school district. I don't think it's fair to the planners. I don't know about the rest of you, but we started early to get out of here early. And I'll talk up if nobody else will. I mean, these meetings got to be going quicker. For whatever it takes, you know, maybe 2 people up at that counter at the same time or whatever it may be. Look at your watch. You can't tell me you're sharp at this time of night when you keep doing these long meetings. And to be fair to Oregon, we should bring them back and have a topic about that and have a discussion, not at 10 minutes to 11.
Well, I think this will continue to be a topic, and it's not meant to just be about Oregon. We think at 11 we are supposed to, in theory, end, but we can also extend because we have a few things we also have to
Well,
vote
Mayor, I
on,
think
but-
we got to keep these meetings moving though, on time.
Well, we also need to get public input, and there's a lot of discussion.
This
from
isn't
us as
fair to
well.
the public.
I've been through, for what it's worth, I've been through 2 land use planning processes, the 1995 process and the 2009 process. We did not do either of those on 1 meeting per month. It was 2 meetings per
That's
month.
true.
We did 2 meetings per month right up until the Great Recession hit. So if
we
you
already
don't want to be here until 11 o'clock, then you on council need to fund 2 plan commission meetings.
All right, so we're still talking comp plan.
Well, that can be
feedback.
discussed, but
Oh,
at the same time,
All right, so,
there can be some shortcuts here, I think. Maybe you'd like to stay here until midnight.
all right,
I don't
guys,
know.
guys.
Maybe you
that's-
do. I'll tell you, I
I'm
don't.
suggesting that we add.
All right,
Well, if you want
so-
to do that, that's
Guys,
fine.
The
guys,
rest of this process.
that's enough. All right, so, first up, we need to extend the meeting. We got a few other things besides this. We still would, I mean, we'll continue to talk about this every meeting, of course, and we'd like to at least provide some feedback besides just Oregon to staff, but we do have 3 resolutions that I don't think will go very long, but if someone would like to, could move to extend the meeting a half an hour, that would be great, so we can get to those 3 things that need to be voted on as well.
I make a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
And I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll extend it for half an hour. So, I mean, we'll continue to obviously work with Edgewood or Oregon, I mean, and figure that out. I think that there's gonna be a lot of interest in doing that as well. But I think overall, from what I saw in terms of the redesign of the plan and how the layout looks, I mean, I think we're on the right track. And obviously, there's still lots to do, but I like how the layout is coming, and I think it will be a lot easier to find things in there. And I think that it makes a intuitive sense, and it's not this big cumbersome 500-page document like I think you said Eau Claire has.
Lacrosse, yeah.
Lacrosse.
Yeah, nice job, staff.
Other comments on, I know there's a few things you were hoping for feedback on, and people can also email comments as well.
There's a summary memo at the end of the packet that identifies those policy questions, minor versus major, biannual amendments, minor amendment guidelines, the city attorney question. Those are summarized at the end. We will be discussing those again at council next Tuesday. I think it's important that you all weigh in. We just extended the meeting till 11:30 if there are comments or conversation that needs to be had there.
Do you want to go through those items that you'd like answers on? Or does it make sense to send them out to us via email and have each person just provide some input on these questions. I'm not sure how you want to do it, or if it matters.
My 2 cents would be email.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it seems like people are.
So these are the questions that you want answered?
Right.
Okay.
And I think, we could probably email them to people individually and just ask them to respond individually. You can't respond to everyone, because then that's doing meetings on email, and
This is
that,
input and
that's like state law and
information
stuff.
sharing only.
Yeah, if we can do it through email, at least that way it gets you some information and maybe have this hopefully next month. Obviously, it's gonna be a recurring topic, but maybe if we can have fewer other items, we can actually talk about it more.
And so the policy is fine, we can take input by email. We will be proceeding with the framework. We've heard positive feedback. I think the growth strategies, we'll continue working on that.
Any last comments on comp plan? Otherwise, I'll move along to N. N, resolution R-175-19. It's granting a gas easement on Outlet 35 in Terra Vesa. Do you want to speak to this, Sonia?
See, could we,
Yeah, it's, I think, as simple as just the summary of the title.
could we combine N and O? It's just two
Should just
different.
vote on them each individually.
We need to do them individually.
Okay.
It's not going to take long, I don't think.
I move to pass resolution R-175-19.
And I'll second.
All right, any further discussion at all? And all in favor can say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, O is also a easement for underground electric in
Move to
Terra Vesa.
approve resolution 176-19.
And I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? That one's approved. And then the last one is electric easement on lots 3 and 4 in Stoner Prairie.
I move to approve resolution 177-19.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Lane. Further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? All right, that one is approved. Report from departments.
I apologize, it's not something I was able to discuss with the mayor yet, but if we are interested in holding a special meeting, I just want to make sure that's noted now, because our options will be limited. I think ideally, if we have a special meeting on these comp plan discussions, it would occur before the November Plan Commission meeting and before the November open house on the comp plan draft. So we'd be looking somewhere approximately November 5th, and I haven't checked any sort of city calendars for that. But it's something that I can pull you all by email if it's something you want to do.
Yeah, there is a 5th Tuesday in October, so it could be October 29th, which is only 2 weeks away as well. Either October 29th or November 5th would be probably open Tuesdays.
Okay.
If either one of those works for people who want to do another meeting.
I would be out the 29th.
Question.
Yeah, Tom?
Sonia, in reference to the comp plan, just a question, do you have on file as well as the original and then the changes you made? I don't need them now, nothing like that, but I'm just asking a question. For some of us, you're bringing out the changes, which is good, but my question is, what did you change? And if I want to see that, if I stop at the office, do you have what you took out of the old comp
We
plan?
won't be doing a literal red line because it would be far too difficult to track because of the way that we're reorganizing all of the information. So what I did instead, as just an example here in the implementation chapter, is you can see it on the screen. I've just commented, this is new, this is not new, this is included in the new plan, this is where you can find it, and sort of that side-by-side comparison.
And this is in the packet, page 230 in the packet.
So this is for the implementation chapter, and it's really those policies that we've been talking about. I think it would be difficult to do for some other chapters, but I think land use, we might be able to at least give you an idea. And we'll certainly point out in terms of transparency if there's anything big you need to be looking for.
I know the intent is for all the same information to be in here, but it's going to be organized a little differently.
Well, I was saying is you look at the old comp plan, and then you look at the new, I was just
not
trying to see if you could see what taken out or what was changed. Not everybody wants to see that, I'm sure, but.
Is the current comp plan on the website as well? Yeah, so
Yeah, I had
it's
a
also
question
available.
on that. because somebody asked me the other day, and I didn't know. If you go to fitchburg.gov or fitchburgwe.gov, where would we direct somebody to go if they want to look at the comp plan stuff?
The planning department website, that's where you can find the current comp plan.
So under departments for planning, okay.
All right. Any other report from the department at all?
Go.
All right, next meeting is maybe November 19th, maybe sooner. And other than that, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? Stephen, or Zach, sorry. Zach. All right, we are adjourned.